Hello everybody and welcome back to a new episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host Mirko and hope you're having an awesome day today. We're going to have some fun today again with our little cat friends, the director. They are going to be surprised. That's what they're going to do. In fact, they're even going to do this. Oh, like the smile, the surprise emoji. So what I want to do is use a library called Sentiment to analyze whether a text message that is written into chat is more positive or more negative, and as of some level of positiveness or negativeness, have our friends, the Nekos, Ao, Miri, and Pinke, do some action. Like, if something is specifically positive, they are like smiling all over the place. And if something is very negative, they're like, oh, Christ. And it is very, very negative. They may even do. Oh. Sorry, that's the microphone there. It's always hard to guess the direction of the microphone if you're just looking at the other screen. All right. That's what we're gonna do. Before we get started, of course, some tea. And always, you have to always do it on top of electrical devices. No, don't do that. This. Freshly brewed. So, just to make sure that this is actually running in the browser. Because our overlay is, of course, a browser source, means we cannot use Node.js stuff, like file system and so on. To make sure that Sentiment is actually running in the browser, I was fairly sure that it works, but I did try it ever so slightly. So basically what I have is, okay, let's first of all commit, so that you can see the changes that we've made. We now have these two new emotions here. You cannot see this. This friend here. Oh my goodness. And we have this little friend, like, oh my goodness. Oh my god. One of these two. Well then, I guess we just pick one randomly so that we actually see all of them. So these are the two. I now have a script that automatically generates a green version of it and a pink version of it, so that I don't have to do that automatically anymore, which is just so much more nice. So it's inside of the script directory, I suppose. I'm using a library called replace color. I did make a copy of that called now replace color TS. Is managed by me, and you basically give it a PNG or a JPEG, give it a color as well as whether you're using hex or RGB, and then which color you want to replace it with. So in this case, the light green, this is a light green, will get this is light blue, will get replaced by light green. And down here we have dark blue getting replaced by dark green, and the same for pink, just with light pink and dark pink. Then finally we write each one to the file system. Back. So fix comments. No, that's not correct. What do we have? We have kind of a feature and oh no animations to, yes. So that's what they are called. Yeah. Oh, and we have oh no. So then what we have other than that is me having installed Sentiment. On the one hand in dev dependencies, on the other hand in dependencies. That's good. We might be running into a couple of NPM issues today because I switched over to default version 16, Node version 16. That means, for example, peer dependencies may become an error. Up at some point. Maybe it shows here. We have these peer dependency errors because for whatever reason, version 360 minus beta 9.9 is not assignable, or is not an upgraded version of 3.16.2. Yeah, because the above one is not perfectly in semantic versioning, unfortunately. But still, so that might give errors. Be prepared for those. I haven't looked into that. So all I did check was that everything actually works in the browser. So that's that this stream actually works out. I thought at least I should do that. So let me share this with you. Sentiment. And we have a basic example. We just import it. We say, well, give me a new object or a new sentiment object. Analyze the text. Cats are awesome. And then log the results. We can pretty much take that, except that while this is of course not true, that's why the score is -2 here. We have to use something positive. If we just take all of these and come on, you can do it, and import. Earlier it was using require. Why is it using import star s sentiment from sentiment? Maybe that work. Sentiment dot sentiment. Okay. Const. Const. Cats are amazing. And T2. He is amazing too. As you know, right? We all know. So let's run that. I have already started the dev server with yarn dev, so you don't have to watch me doing that. Wait. So the browser refreshes and we see, well, it's connecting to the server, to the Twitch chat. We also see this object here which has some calculations. Amazing 4, amazing 4. 2 positive words, each one being apparently worth 4 points, plus 4 points, which total gives us a total score of 8. So that's very good. And I would say, if we get a message that is, let's say, above 4, yeah, let's say above 4, we make our cats look differently. Maybe can say something. So public handle message, handle, yeah, chat message. We probably want to have something like a private variable for this. Private sentiment is equal to new sentiment. Let's copy import from over here. Now we should get the same. So as I write this, and we actually call this function, right? That we have to do. Beside that, let's get this chat tracker. somehow whenever we receive a message, we have to tell it that we got a message. Yeah. This dot chatter tracker dot, guess we just give it a message. Let's see. Maybe we just give it everything and then it does everything on its own. No, maybe not. Why should we? MSG. Can also give it the basic. Why does MSG not work? Oh, that's why. Message string. So let's replace this. And just paste this anywhere. Friendly chat message. Here's the message. We might. Don't think that casing actually matters. I would not. At least that's what I would expect. So how this works, by the way, is it has a list of words internally that get mapped to a list of words that each of which has a specific number of points associated with it. And then it just looks for the words in a specific phrase in a message that you provide and takes those points. I think that's the very, very basics. There might be some more things that it is doing, but I don't know. There's not. I don't think that it is too sophisticated, if I'm not mistaken. And also write your own stuff and what. Yeah. So imperative is probably compared to the previous one, so. So we pass the message down, and we can now make the cats actually laugh. So if, let's say, result dot score is greater than, I don't know, greater or equal to 4, cats dot for each oops. E maps to C dot laugh. And if result dot score is less or equal to 4, let's say, less or equal to 2, say this dot cats dot for each cat to C dot, oh no. Something like that. Yeah, this method. Yeah, that method. Yeah. Put them somewhere safe. And we say, well, in this case, we want to say this dot play is, oh no, I think that's what I called the animation, right? I think I called it oh no. Yeah, oh and oh no. To also use oh. And for laughing, say this dot play. What is the name? Ah, okay, that was easy. So now a couple of things that we have to take into found, however. Ah. Want to, on the one hand, said, oh, needs to be repeated. Otherwise, it will just show it for a very, very brief moment. Not quite what we want. And we can't really calculate the number of times that we want to show this. I don't think we have a duration. Oh, we have a duration. How long the animation should play for in milliseconds. Oh, that's great. So let's say it's 5,000. We have like on complete, on start, callback, peak delay. I mean, we can always do something. It's right. This .scenes, we can use the time plugin from Phaser. I'm in the Phaser 3 app, by the way. We can always use the timer. We can make a delayed call, which is basically set timeout, but built into the Phaser framework so that it actually considers the time that the Phaser has an internal time and the actual time that is also given by the browser. And you could, for example, change the internal time span or the time scale, and then everything is only half fast, for example, or everything is super fast. You can't understand any word that I'm saying. So after that's done, is in special animation, we set it to false. Do not have any kind of chaining. We take care of those things. I think we need like 5,000, comma. Oh. And for that thing, we do the same, except that we say, yeah. Right. And now, I run this. If I go to my browser, it is listening to chat. So now, if I send this beautiful message here, they should all start laughing at the same time. They didn't. They did not. Why not? Because I did not save this function, this file, and I also didn't save this file. And save return of any type value. Oh no, void. Are you happy now? Yeah. Okay, there it was just outdated apparently. Okay. Right. This time it works for sure. There they go. All of them are super happy. So these ones you have to look at. The other ones are from our overlay and currently not active. These are the ones that we are developing with. The one directly to my right side, left side, whatever. Those are from the OBS overlay, so ignore those. Maybe I just don't show the. Then it's not as confusing. Right. So now if we get, I am very negative. Negative. I feel bad. Oh no. It is bad. Hey, look at him! Isn't that cute? Isn't that nice? Be aware there was a test message. This was a test message. But it works. It worked. That was super simple. I am kind of surprised. Let's say const analyze sentiments or react private react to chat make cats react that message string done. And in here we can use something like random of 1, 2, 1, 2. Well, 1, 2. I always forget whether that's inclusive or not. Note. Subscript is via dash low dash dot r equal low dash random r of 1. Okay, so r of 1 also can be 0, which means r of 0. One flip equal to is take the coin flip, let's say const e is equal to coin flip. If it's true, then take oh no, otherwise take O. Bamps. There. We're good. Think of. So, other than that, let me do the following. Public. Let me do the following. Let me define a function play that does the following. So it receives an object which has e is of specific values. So I'm just doing a type safe version now of my of play. Then we somehow use square.play to pass in the options. So type key these these these, and we also have park. So and then we This one takes a phaser animation. Of type int. It might not work. Planing. Plain type Neko is not assignable to the same property in the base type. Call play safe. It just call it play safe. Play in. It should work. Problem is now anything. You don't get any autocomplete. That's annoying. What we can do instead is type animations. Animation. So this is the what K in of what he sells. Actually, we just need that edit everything. He says. And we map it to this config at position K. That should give us just the same, except that we want one more thing now. As K extends key. If that's the case, don't add it, otherwise. So now we basically have animation. Ah, wait, you know what? If I do that, I can just do the following. That's the same. Equal to omit, comma key. That's identical. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need to do this. It's way too complicated. And now we can say just, and we take an object that has a key together with animation key, which is of type animation key. And this config is now much nicer to use. Thanks. So play animation. Yeah, empty string is not assignable to key teaser. Now we can actually use autocompletion. Very nice. Very good. Play animation. You are not assignable. Oh, and oh no is not assignable. Why not? Oh no is there. We don't have oh. Maybe we move these into title first. Welcome to the people who are new here. What I'm currently trying to do is make these guys here, our nice little cats, Ao, Midori, and Pinke, react to your chat messages. When it's a very, very positive message, they start laughing. If it's a very, very negative message, they are like, oh no! That's the goal here. After that, we might actually do AWS, ASP.NET. Why am I using, why is it using import? What RS? Yes. Don't you read? Fairly fine, my friend. Okay, let's ignore that part. No. Fix import. I don't know why all of a sudden it decides to import with require. So let's see where we have play. Yes. Let's make this into play animation. Okay, nice. Might actually add O also to the regular ones. So they may from time to time say O. There. Oh. Okay. Blockable or blocking, maybe like blocking animation. In this case, we want again we just want config again, and we want duration to make this. Take all of this. Oh, I think I also want to have following repeat -1 ... objects, so that it defaults to minus, so infinitely repeat what you're currently doing. Yeah, we have options dot duration here now, and replace that needs to be options. And here, why is it saying eyes? I accidentally changed that. Is dot play blocking animation with E being and the duration being 1000. Right. And similarly, we can do it right here. In this case, with this line, key becomes even simpler because we already have the key as a variable here, and that's it. In fact, I can inline this. it's even simpler. Next, play animation. Idle animation is just one frame. We can also just repeat it infinitely. Doesn't really matter. I think the same goes here. Play animation. Wait, this is a special animation. Difference, however, is it no, it's fine. I think it's fine. If we leave it at that. The difference being we cannot really tell when this one is actually done, or only to a degree, or we would do need some other animation, calculations, which I don't want to do. Is in special animation, not blocking. Blocking is else. Here we just see. And blocking actually this, put it right there and done. One thing that might happen now if we get many messages in a row, what happens then? Or somebody gets greeted, or the cats say hi to somebody. In that time, get some mates and let's say oh no all of a sudden. What I want if not is blocking animation. If it's in a blocking animation, sure. Otherwise, you can also write this. So it's slightly more obvious that there is actually an if. Other readers. All right, I think that's about it. Cool. This is, I think this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Let's see, we have why is sentiment erroring? You were working like a minute ago. Because I changed the TypeScript compiler. Unsafe assignment of an any type. It is not unsafe. I think this linter rule is broken. Or maybe, just maybe, I want to be the one that I need to refresh my... Yeah, I think that might be it. The linter only initiates once and it does not notice when the TypeScript configuration changes. So now everything works. Okay, perfect. Yeah. That's an issue of the of how the linter is initialized. Now we should also be able to do something like this from ms. Okay. That should do the trick. This dot make gets react to message. Oh, by the way, they might even do different O's. One, because it calls this oh no method for each one. Shocked, maybe. Because it's calling this oh no method for each instance of our cats. They might actually have different reactions because they have multiple keys. One might actually do the oh, and the others just do the regular oh no, which is also a nice feature, I think. So they do react in the same way, but not identically, which makes it very, very natural, I would. Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice. It's coming together. Together. So let's try this once more. See that it actually works. I need to restart my server. Down. Yay. Thinking about it, we can even do a goodbye animation. We already have a hi animation. And if somebody says bye, we can also let the cats say bye. So let's do the negative one first. Do it. For one, it was working. I think it didn't work. I think it did not work. I have a feeling it did not work the way that we expected. Maybe I want to be the one that saves me. Gore. So I take this one. They're not doing it. We fix braked it. Play blocking animation. The animation. What is wrong? So maybe. Can we link it with the debugger? X5. Do I have any form of debug config set up? Debugging. npm run def. At a breakpoint, start Chrome debug config. Okay, do I have that? No. Oh. So one of the is supposedly can't be reached. Get them. Oh wait. Need to of course run yarn dev. And second try. Launch Chrome debugging. That's better. And now if I do anything, did not trigger anything. What is the sentiment of this? Score 8. So it should have triggered something. Score greater or equal to 8. It was 8, it is greater or equal to 4. So we should step inside of this function here. So the log blocking is in blocking animation. This dot is in blocking animation. Oh, I'm calling super.play, not this.play. That's probably the issue. Does it make a difference? Probably does, right? Probably does. Because I'm not overriding it. Although it somehow a play using it there. That's correct. That one is still running. Launch it once more in the browser. The dev tools. Maybe reload the window. It connected. Did join. This message this time. Score 8. Wait, what? Should have at least called this function, right? What is wrong? No, never mind. I thought I had it, but I just misread. So we step inside of here. Positive score. Negatives. You probably want -2 there. And not just anything below 2. Or if blocking enough for an... Does it reload? Yes. Server reload properly. I wonder what's wrong there. Enough before if blocking false. False. Then why doesn't it step in? Oh, wait. If not. Not. If it's not blocked already. Okay. Okay, well that explains it. The fifth one. They're super happy. Nice. And they are all unhappy. Did they all incidentally pick the same animation? Is that accidentally? Incidentally? We have oh no and we have oh. Do the following maybe. We go into our main scene and in our we can use .gui to say something like this. Is.cats at position 0 we just say be shocked. I think it's the name of the property, right? Was it? Nope. Feeling be shocked. I be shocked. That's correct. Ah, Necos don't exist at the time. We probably want to do this at the very end of everything. And also probably want to have this dot at private at cats. Right. Always doing this one? No, there it is. Okay. So we were just unlucky. I guess. It feels as though exclamation mark random 1. Exclamation mark roll 1. Doesn't even change. Because I have like 1 and 2 there. let's check this one. Somewhere over the ocean, we can also say folder. How but add where am I even in? While Next. What is happening? Chrome, these. No. Random of 0. R is equal to low dash dot random. Now we do a couple of test runs. Or R of 1, 0, 1. It does provide 0, so we were just lucky. Or maybe not lucky. Where are they? Always doing the what? I think I know. No, I don't know. After all. I don't get it. They should not act in unison. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. There, okay, one is saying oh, very good. Finally. For whatever reason, this oh no is happening way more often. But very nice, that's it. It works. So we can clean up everything. Breakpoint that we don't need anymore. All the console.logs that we don't need anymore. Log. Yes, we don't need those anymore. Fine. Also good. Is we move. Well. And we say -4 and +4. Good. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. So from here on, our friends can actually say, like, I'm happy and I'm not happy. Let's build this. And maybe I crash my bot. Very likely. What's happening is sometimes because I'm running a server from this build directory to include this browser source that has the effects. When I refresh this, server is down. In that case, pgrep Python kill Python, and I need to restart the two servers. Tab here, and we w hello. Up. Does that work? Oh, it does. Yeah, they're back. So now, if you want to try, you can type either a very, very positive message in chat. I would prefer that one. Or a very, very negative message in chat. And then the cats should react to your message. If I'm not mistaken. If we did not make any mistakes, that is what should happen. Well, even if we did make mistakes, it should still happen. And the question is whether it does, right? Okay. Could also do a bye-bye message. Could also do a bye-bye message. So this would not have nothing to do with the sentiments. So on the to-do list, let me update. Mesh market done. Oh no. Done. Next thing, hey cats. The next thing that we need from here is yeah, just close the complete room. So next up is the cat saying goodbye. Let's see, how do we do this? How do we do this? So what I think about, so cats say goodbye We actually have them on the end screen. For just a second, I will show the end screen, but I will continue. I would just want to see whether the cats are on the end screen. They are. Very good. In that case, I want to have a message. Cats say goodbye, everybody. Maybe the next time, everybody. So the good way to do this. The good way to do this would be we listen to OBS, and when we have a change. Oh, by the way, I also updated the Trello board, the Trello to-do list up there that regularly refreshes, like one every minute or something. So if I forget to do something, to update it, it updates automatically after some time. That was, and I immediately forgot, and I immediately forgot again. Did it. So the good way to do the cat say until see you next time. See you next time. See you next time. Friends. Humans. Humans. I'm having fun. If you don't, that's too bad. But I'm having fun. See you next time. So the good way to do this would be to have our application listen to OBS, which is not possible, however. Because it's a web app, and the web app cannot. Or can it? It can, it could. If we exposed OBS locally on some port, the web application could catch or listen for any events on that port. So that would be an option. If we use something like OBS WebSockets, I think there's something. The streamer Finite Singularity, amazing. Check him out, by the way. I'm chilling in his chat all the time, by the way. Oh, why does it not show what he was actually doing? There is OBS WebSocket. Was it this one? I don't know. No, that's probably it. One of these. There's a way to so OBIS, of course. OBS WebSocket. Remote control OBS Studio using WebSocket. We could use that and then have a WebSocket connection going to OBS, listening for any events, and then coming back and reacting for that. Right? Assuming, I'm not sure whether that's the case, assuming that OBS publishes events. That is not the case. Well, then I don't know. Here's the simple version. And I will stick with the simple version for now. Here's the simple version. I just say, oh, actually it's not too bad. At some point I want to control OBS via WebSockets anyway, I think. So via WebSockets and via Twitch chat. So I think we can just have a Twitch chat message, as always, as we already have. And that triggers the cat saying goodbye. If I'm not mistaken, Clarkio is doing something very worse. When his stream ends. But he's also doing other amazing stuff. Let's give this one a shot first. Feature. Cats react to chat. That's one cool thing. And then I want... Oh. Git commit. Minus now verify. Need to fix the enter there. And from here on, I'll just add something like if message dot equals message equals exclamation mark. Oh, it needs to be an admin message. Oh. Username equal to TypeScript time, and the message is goodbye. See ya. See ya. Then let's see. List.cats. Actually, we just want to say it once, right? We just take maybe Midori and yeah, maybe we just take one of one dot say goodbye. Cats. Public. Say goodbye. When this happens, pretty much want the same as we have here. Copy and paste it for now. And then we figure out what else we need. I'm missing some parentheses, brackets. Okay, worked. We don't need you. We sample greetings. Okay. We just have one specific message, which is, what did I say? See you next time. Till next time. Human. Done. We do not destroy it. We may want to stop talking at some point. That's okay. Let's call this not greeting, but instead goodbye. Move this fun stuff. Oh, this one goodbye as well. Up. Oh, okay. Hold. I think that's it. So if I say, wait, I need to do it on the dev server. These guys are not the dev server. So hello everybody. You are new to the chat. The game. This is the TypeScript tea time. Usually we are doing, yeah, well, typically we're doing TypeScript stuff, and we do as well, as you can see here. Currently we're in particular also doing Phaser game development, and I'm using Phaser, the game engine, as a way to render stuff like this here, our little cats, and animate them, or this stars thing. I should rename stars or ice or snow. I always call it snow. And then I wonder, why is it not working? So all of those are, in this case, these are particle effects inside of Phaser. And we react to Twitch chat with the help of a library called TMI.js, and then we re-render stuff and whatnot. And it just gets easier than just doing it with a browser directly. So we have the CR command now. Maybe I don't call it CR, but instead I call it goodbye, because that's the one that I can remember. And this should call this method, which hopefully renders the way that we want it. So there. Oops. There's now another couple of cats on screen. They're duplicating. Woo, cloning. So the one inside of the browser window, and that's the one that we just changed. So these should now, if we do exclamation mark goodbye, until next time, humans. And it does work. The fun thing about it is they're greeting me as well. So maybe I disable myself now for the saying hi. Yeah. And we just put myself inside of here, TypeScript time const ignored ignore users for saying hi, or do not say hi to and make it an array so it's extendable in future, even though I don't need it now, I think. Just initiate it to that one, and that should do the trick. I think it refreshes automatically, so it did not work. Did I miss it? Did I make a typo? TypeScript T time. No, that worked. So.log. What's the username? Oh boy. Hey, homeless. Working. I'm enjoying myself. Hey, look at him. They said hi to you. That's the first one time it actually worked with the user. So welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm having fun with our little friends here. They now react to actually what you're saying. Try to say something very, very positive and watch them be immensely happy. The words amazing or good or great or whatnot. Just make it a list. And then they should be happy. Are they happy? The sun is shining. It might not have triggered it. I mean, they look kind of happy, but it might. I'm not sure. Let me maybe. We have a kind of threshold inside out there, and it only reacts to specific. The war is over. I'm not sure. They might actually be sad about that because they just see the word war and decide that it's a negative word. And then they are like, oh. Well, let me maybe here. Console.log settlement score, comma, result dot score. Is the war actually over? That would be amazing. It is not. Okay, that's too bad. It would be great. People don't want to work anymore. It's taking over. I'm not sure whether they are so sophisticated. It's just a word list. And it's not too many words, I don't think. So, let's see. Test. Test has a sentiment score of 0, apparently. Let's maybe stop displaying these guys. So if we say the sun is shining, there's a sentiment score of 0, unfortunately. Too bad. It's cool. I'm happy. Super happy. Hey, now they're happy. See them laughing. And now the green one is all like, oh, what happened? So what I was about to do now is say goodbye. Oh, the username is... Do that again. Okay, yeah. So my username apparently is that arrives here. Is apparently the one that is in capital. Or we do something like this. Yeah, maybe let's change that one up into username and display name instead. And the cats say hi to the display name, but we internally use the username. I think that's better. Let's go to the main scene. How are you doing, by the way? Forgot to ask, please excuse. I hope everything is good on your end. Yep, yeah. So, username. And as a display name, if it has a display name, use a display name, otherwise we use the username. I'm not sure whether it's actually possible for a user to not have a display name, but Rivers. I wrote a pipeline. Oh no, damn it. The cat couldn't say couldn't say hello to you. I wrote a 5-line JS code review challenge where Ilya tell me what gets logged to console. So far only 2 people have guessed correctly. Are you interested? Let's do it as soon as we have this exclamation goodbye working, so that it. Okay, it's working now. Let me just commit, and then yeah, let's do it. Sounds good. Sounds like FUN. Fun. AK. Okay. So this time it's a from the console. Picture cats exclamation mark goodbye plus cats say. That was fast. Can I post the link in here? Yeah, you can. Been here a couple of times, right? Okay. Coming back in again. Open it and then right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Glad to see you here. Welcome, welcome. This tea is for you. Can we just move it over into VS Code so that it's not so bright? There we go. Typical review challenge. Get the output. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. I was pretty sure that you were already subscribed for following. Oh no, the cats don't react to. Damn it. We need the cats. So maybe just ever so quickly. Cats say, see you next time, humans, done. Review challenge, or review, code review. New people also see what we're actually doing. All right, a simple code. So I suppose you want to do this, to use this in like interviews and so on. So I will be. What would be the text that you say to the person? You probably want to simulate it, right? That's what I'm guessing. At least that's what I would do, probably. Oh, what I would use it for. I guess you don't just want to test me, which is also fine if you want to. Oh man, I probably can't even answer this. Having the parentheses around this, I don't even know what this will do. But I would expect it's the same as if you don't have the parentheses. It's a blog post of code reviews and mitigation supply chain attacks. Oh, I can security. Quick. Mitigation supply chain attack. Need to understand. Okay. Yeah, I would have expected that much. Basically, the parentheses are just there to delineate the scope more clearly, I suppose. In this case. So, guess the output, then run it and see what it actually does. Oh, so you're in security. That means it is probably not what you expect. Right? So, just looking at this condition here, we would expect that this here evaluates. So this line will just evaluate. I think. And then it asks whether age is smaller than the maximum age, which is false. So it says this becomes false equal to true, and this is triple equal, by the way. I'm using a font so that it is yeah, I can see that there is nothing harmful in here. I can see, yeah, ligatures. Exactly, I always forget the name. So the parenthesis should not do anything. Homeless says it will log old. So this evaluates to false. If false, so we can rewrite this as if false, do this, else do this one. At least that's what I'm just trying to think out loud now, right? What I would expect. So it will call this function, which means it will call this one. Well, it will evaluate into this one. And now we have the parenthesis, so it will actually evaluate it. This function expression here, which means it will run this code, which means it will write old without any parentheses and so on into the console. Let's try it. I'm interested as well. Up until this point, I think. Oh, I don't want to save. Do I want to save as? Yeah, I want to. I mean, we can just use node and paste this in. And I'm very sure that there is nothing harmful in here. I know all of these things, so normally I would not run any code on my machine. Or we can do something else if we be slightly more safe. I could run it in a sandbox, then it's running in the browser at least. Sandbox run.js. So this is still not safe, it's still running on my machine, but at least it does not have the permission that Node has, which is slightly better. It has the sandbox that the browser puts a website into. So let's try. How do I actually see the output of this console down there? So it is running. Oh, it's immediately evaluating. Is it? So this, I think the first, you cannot see anything, my bad. Sorry about that. Can you see it now? No, you can't. Cats, please go away for now. So down here you see young. So these two lines I think are from earlier. The web page, by the way, froze. Interesting. It evaluated immediately young. And it also evaluated old. Oh! Does this immediately evaluate? Your code didn't freeze. Yeah, I guess Code Sandbox is just being bitchy. So it's immediately evaluating the functions even before it does not put it inside of a if, does it? Is that the thing that you expected? I will try to close it now. Okay. Wrong? Okay. I will do it in code now. This time it will print old. So in node 16 it prints old. And that's all. Why was it printing young earlier then in the browser? Yeah, this syntax, I don't know what it does. You can have halfway right, but missing something major. Oh, is that true? Okay. You might be right. I don't use REPLs too often, except for the TypeScript REPL, which we could use as well. Playground. Oh, TypeScript playground, which we could use as well. Yeah, let's do it. So we have this constant age and so on. You ideally use the line numbers. They should be visible on stream as well. Let me make this slightly larger. And then I'm very curious what, and let's say it like this, what you expect it to be. Touche. Move line 12 and 13. These two? Should I still explain something? I thought it's now your turn. I still expect it to do the same. But I don't know. I suppose... No, I don't know. Semicolons are terrible in... I have no idea how the semicolons actually works. It's like one line. So it's doing this, which means it's evaluating with true. Oh, it's evaluating this function with the value age smaller than max age, which is false. And it's passing false to the anonymous function. And then it's comparing the output, which is void, undefined, to true, which is false, which means it's running fail function after that, right? So it's first printing young and then it's printing old. Is that right? It is sneaky. The interesting thing about it is I was working in a project that had a linter setting that did not use any form of semicolons. And I'm curious whether we had something like this or whether TypeScript is doing something different, whether it would, so how would this code, how would it compile? Oh, TypeScript, by the way, already tells you this condition will always return false, and you're like, what condition? So TypeScript actually tells you about this security issue, in a sense. I've never expected something like that. That's a very, very nice gimmick of using TypeScript in this case. In this case, you would be like, wait, what? What condition? And then at least look into it more, hopefully, and see that something is wrong. Because this is valid TypeScript code. It is absolutely clever. I love it. Nice. Very nice. Cool. Thank you for sharing. Very, very interesting. Absolutely clever. the semicolons in JavaScript are kind of, sometimes you need them and sometimes you don't, and in cases like this, apparently it makes a difference by setting these frickin' brackets. I mean, you could just do it like this, and then it does not error. In this case, it's a completely different TypeScript error. Implicit error, any. Why? Is it still inlining it? Yeah, so this function apparently now it's a function that I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. It takes undefined and calls undefined. Yeah, I don't even know what this was supposed to be if you don't have the parentheses around that one. It's a good idea. It's a very nice idea. Yeah, tricky. JavaScript. Very nice. And also congratulations to Homeless on getting it. On finding it. So let's put on the cats again. Thinking about it, I probably did I finish the feature? Yeah, I did finish the feature. So we do yarn build. I will break my chatbot once more, and then we have cats that can actually say goodbye. Nice, 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 nice. Thanks for sharing that. Let's see. Oh, it's saying connect. There was your hi. It came very late, but they did say hi. What was I about to do? I was about to restart my server. But when I refresh this page, oh, it works this time. No, it does. Never mind. pgrab python kill python. And now restart my two servers. Where are they? They are. And refresh those guys, and they're back. Nice. Very cool. Thank you. Pilfers. Maybe I also saw you in another chat. That's also possible. The Twitch community is not that large for coders. Let's say goodbye. Saying goodbye is more complete. I'm everywhere. Glad you're here now. So, cat saying goodbye. So we could do Keycloak. Have you heard about Keycloak, Pilfers? Or maybe also Homeless and also the other people now in chat. Keycloak is an authorization server, authentication and authorization server. So this, product, however you want to call it. And it's self-hosted. It's basically auth0. Yeah, exactly. The identity thing. So it's an identity provider. And I figured I fiddled around with it the last couple of days. It was pretty fun. Until the point where it actually deleted somehow magically my admin user, and then I wasn't able to log in. And that happened twice. So yeah. I'm currently learning ASP.NET. Normally, I'm in the TypeScript ecosystem and JavaScript ecosystem, but I started learning ASP.NET and C#, and I want to add. So ASP.NET is basically a web framework. It's your Express for C#, kind of, but more. I think it's probably a better solution. If you are allowed to use something like Auth0, if you are allowed to use a hosted service, using a hosted service is probably the better way. Go with greater than ASP, Java, TS, etc. I don't know. I think all of them have their use cases. I don't even fight with you, my friend. There is no fight. So concerning identity providers, what you have, however, sometimes is a situation where your client or your clients are, for some compliance reasons, not allowed to use hosted services. For example, because they go a very, very strict way on not working with non-EU providers, or everything needs to be internal and hosted on your own company network and whatnot. In that case, Keycloak becomes a much more interesting option, in particular compared to doing it yourself. Because doing it yourself is very, very, very likely going to get you into trouble with security, because you get the hash algorithm wrong, or you don't hash your passwords at all, or you get the wrong, you take the wrong salt, or you take this, or you take that, and wow. Even with a self-hosted service like Keycloak, you still probably get into trouble from time to time when you need to do some updates every so often. Hopefully less than necessary. We worked on stream a lot with AWS Cognito, which is Auth0, but from AWS. You wrote a DEX disassembler, Android bytecode. Okay. In TypeScript. Oh, there we go. Go on is way faster and way easier to deal with binary formats. I can imagine. Yeah. That's not the use case of. That's not the use case neither of JavaScript and, as a follow-up, not of TypeScript. Most auth identity providers have on-premise solutions that can sync with their cloud providers. Yeah, sometimes you want to completely get out of the working with American companies. I've seen that. It has to be like completely in Europe. For example, when it comes to in fact, it might even be completely within your country. For example, if you've worked sorry about that. If you've worked with Swiss fintech companies, data must not pass across the Swiss border. In fact, anything has to stay within Switzerland or German healthcare information. It pretty much has to stay on the German server. Otherwise, you will not be able to pass the compliance stuff. It might be that there are probably some ways to get the on-premise solutions from those identity providers, like Auth0 or AWS, maybe working together with those. But it can be very, very complicated. And you have to have a very, very nice collaboration between your data protection, between your security, between your developers, the authentication providers that you want to collaborate with, and your legal team. And everybody has to be on deck and working together hand in hand on this to get something like that running. Sometimes it's just easier for a company to say, we do it somehow ourselves, but not completely. And then I think Keycloak is an okay-ish solution. Anyway, it can be a use case. On the Frida project. I haven't heard of that. Frida project. Non-profit organization dedicated to raising awareness about street dog rescue. Okay. Not sure whether that's the same Frida project. We have a JavaScript runtime that has all of the APIs exposed to it. I was hoping to include my ES Dex disassembler within. Ah, okay, you added the link there. Sorry, no, I just googled it. Frida dynamic instrumentation toolkit for developers, reverse engineers, and security researchers. This one. Yeah, there's a Frida project, and they have a better Google score than you. Sorry. You gotta be in the right bubble apparently to have this one. Here's manga for native apps. I see. Nice. And you rewrote the disassembler with Go now. Nice, very nice. I have no idea about anything on that low level. I've never worked with anything like C or C#, C++. C# is the lowest level language that I've ever worked with, pretty much, which is not much. Let's check that one out. So this is now a .js file. Java.available. So I suppose Java is some global that is loaded into the some scope. If it's available, do something. Perform this function or this function. It gets injected into the ultimateguitar.com. Oh, I've been there a lot on the webpage. They really want you to download the app. It's completely unusable from Android, from the browser on Android. Unpins the SSL pinning, so I can proxy and read the HTTP request, thus being able to make a fully featured client SDK for it. Wow, that is that is something. I can't follow completely. I did a bit of security training using, and this is a tip for developers who want to start with getting into security and not doing it on a very theoretical way, but actually getting the hands dirty. What is it? Hackerbox? No. HackMyBox? No. Hacker something. Try Hack Me. I think that's it. Try Hack Me. Hack This Site is also, there are a couple of these. I tried Try Hack Me, which was pretty good. I enjoyed it a lot. I don't know how friendly it is for. Yeah, there's a couple of these. Where you actually, in this case, you dive actually into a machine and you are the pen tester and you test it against another Docker container, which is intentionally designed to be vulnerable. And they also have like courses or paths where you first start getting to know, for example, the working with Linux more, and then starting to learn the sudo stuff, and then hacking yourself and becoming root all of a sudden by running sudo with Python and escaping from the Python environment and whatnot. It's fun. I can definitely recommend it, and it's only $10. $10 that I've spent very, very well. I think I learned a lot, and it helped me also a lot in talking to other people and actually securing the apps that I'm building. And there are a couple of those. There are some that are less easy to understand or get into. Hack My Box or something is also out there. And they also introduce you to a couple of pen test services, like pen test tools, and those and vulnerabilities and whatnot. Lots of fun. All right. So our cats actually, I'm a super happy cat. I'm a super happy cat. Yeah, they're happy. So they do react to Wow, congrats on that. So for everybody who doesn't know, Kali is the de facto pen tester operating system built on top of Linux, on the Linux kernel. Pretty much everybody uses it. I think there's one more that is fairly popular. I think Parrot. Focus on security, privacy, and development. I think there are a couple of distributions out there. Yeah, but Kali is definitely I think the de facto standard, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm not I'm not working in security, so I cannot really tell. But that's the way I got it, and the way that I'm seeing here stuff on Twitch. There are a couple of great streamers here on Twitch as well. You probably know them. There's Neosec. So I'm following a couple of those, but I haven't seen him online for a while. MB Crump unfortunately is not streaming anymore on Twitch. So I kind of was removed from the bubble of NayhamSec. He's maybe one of the shout out to Nayham. Hey Vio, good to see you. They're cute, right? And they're actually, so these are our new pets. Or basically we are the pets, right? Because cats are ruling the world. So NayhamSec, just a shout out. He's doing amazing interview and also sometimes just working on security stuff. The kitties, these are Ao, Midori, and Pinke. So blue, green, and pink in Japanese. And they are just happy. They're happy cats. They even react to your text messages, in fact. If you score higher on their happiness score than 4, they all are happy. And they all start smiling. If you write a very, very bad message, they become sad, unfortunately, and they are like, oh no, or like, oh no. But since it's a pre-configured, let's say I'm doing it, homeless. Let's say I do. No, I'm currently not, and I should be doing it because I'm on stream. but I should be. Yeah. But the VPNs are also like, sometimes you hear good stuff and sometimes you hear bad stuff. Do you know how to make a transparent gradient circular camera frame background? No. Here's the simple answer. No. I have no idea what exactly a camera frame background means. If you have a green screen, you can cut out the green stuff using OBS, and then you can make it transparent. What is even a transparent gradient? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Vio, I can't help you on that one. I'm not very great at graphics. This is basically the best I can do. Yeah. I don't know. Who can help you? I actually don't know. Probably cutting yourself out. Cutting yourself out using a I think you can use masks in OBS. If you you click on your source and you right-click it, and you select filters, you can add effects. And inside of there's an image mask, or image blend, it's also called. And using that image masking, you can cut out just enough that you are visible, I suppose, and remove the rest. That might be a way to do it. Wait, we trans. Yeah. By the way, our cats even used to say humans. Until next time, humans. I'm not going to end the screen just now. But we built this today. Does it actually disappear? I don't know whether I actually make it disappear at any point. I think we can get rid of that one. Oh, does it just stay there? Video.eu as a business card. Oh, very nice. I'm also .eu, by the way. No time for .de. My name .de was already taken. I think they are not going to stop saying goodbye, humans. Do they? Nico, say goodbye. Ah, yeah, I am. Ah, yeah, I consciously did remove the goodbye, the removal. So let's just refresh these guys and that's good. Yeah, tell us about it. If you're open to it, what kind of tools did you use to create a website? Like something React oriented, or did you use something on the backend side? Yeah, exactly. Mine is 10 as well. 10 euros. I think 9.79. I don't know why they came up with some price like that, but I can accept it. Saying goodbye. So what I think about. Let's get into some details here. What I think about is if a user says goodbye, bye, see ya, see you, ciao, or something like that, or bye bye, maybe, bye bye, then cats say see you next time, or until next time, or just bye at username. That's what I think about. So if a user includes in their chat message. Oh, and I also want to have gotta run, because a lot of people say gotta run. With hosting, enter domain. Oh, with hosting even. Nice. Hosting is not included in mine. What I'm doing instead is basically I have my app running on Next, or my website, and I need to refresh it, in fact. So it's using Versal Next, which on the one hand has Next.js, and you can also just deploy it, and then you have, if it's optimized, you basically have a the fastness, or it's as fast as having a static website. And it has a nice URL, like friends.now, I think, or app.now, which is okay-ish. And then I'm just linking from my EU website with a CNAME to that page, which is not perfect, but it works. And I don't have to pay for SSH, SSL, and all of that fun stuff. So that's nice. So got to run. Meeting coming up. So let's make the quick version first. Let's make the quick version. We just take these strings, and we'll just do it like this, and I think then it should become an array. Yeah. We will in the quick version, let's just add it like this, and it will be a strict check whether it's included. And if that's the case, we show the message. Things like meeting coming up and got to run and so on, we might want to use something like fuzzy matching. And then if the score is very high, we say goodbye. But I think that's something for another time. Let's just try it like this. So. So let's say this dot, say handle goodbye. Handle chat goodbye message. Right? So if no, I want to declare it first. Handle chat goodbye. It takes a message, which is a string. It also takes the display name, which is a string. So Twitch divides between usernames and chat display names. My username, for example, is TypeScript Tea Time in all small letters, but with camel case, halfway camel case, depending on how you put it. No, in Pascal case, I think, in chat. So, now, if const goodbyes equal to, but actually that's, yeah, I guess. If message dot includes any of the following, const goodbye options, goodbyes, snippets. We're missing like commas there and there and there and there. And maybe we put this actually at the top. We say if goodbye snippets dot map, not any, dot sum, I think it is. Since I wrote C#, I now write function names in capitals. I don't know. S snippet maps to, well, it's snippet maps to message.include snippet. So includes returns true if search string appears as a substring of the result of converting this object to a string. Okay, great. If that is the case, then we randomly pick one of the cats, I guess, and say goodbye. Say goodbye to a method, comma, display name, okay, we need to pass it down here, display name string. So let's start down here. That should be easy. We can just take the say hi again. Oh man, this is the copy and pasting is starting to become a bit extensive. We might actually want to extract to a function by now. Currently, I'm very, very lazy on this front. Display name. See you next time. Display name. So that one's fine. That one's fine. It should talk, it should destroy, and it's called greeting at this point. It says, let's say, actually this just save. Okay. Good. And we should have one more error inside main. Here we need the display name again or username. In fact, I just want to have private absurd chatter. Oh, you see? I did it here too. The capital letter. Absurd chatter. Oh, it needs a username, huh? Message. No, username. Display name. The name, and maybe we pull this out. Down, down, down to the bottom of the C. Username, string, display name optional, and we do more username here and there, and we call this one small letter absurd chatter, and we call this private. Okay. Can you explain the question a bit better? You mean the top level domains, which ones I like? Like .io is pretty cool. Whenever I see .to, I'm like, okay, that's probably something fishy. .com is fairly trustworthy, or it feels trustworthy to me. .de feels fairly trustworthy to me. .net is somewhere between trustworthy and yeah. Oh yeah, nice. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I do have hosting, so I don't. Oh, I do have a domain, so I don't need to do it again. In particular, I cannot read Polish. Yeah. I also like .org. .org is like oh, it feels like charity. Or the .org is somehow like the Wikipedia. Is Wikipedia even a .org? Wikipedia. Yeah, it's .org. And my image of .org is very much influenced by Wikipedia. But .org always feels like it's philanthropic or somehow charity style. .org domain meaning. Is there non-profit organizations? Oh, yeah. One of the generic top-level domain that can be used when choosing a domain name. Generally describes the entity owning the domain as one that does not fit into any other category. Okay. In general, non-profit organizations and industry standard groups tend to use this generic name. Okay, interesting. So there are some connotations. Which kind of domains do you like, Yo? Probably .pl feels very, very familiar to you, I suppose. Are we done? Maybe it should run the server. I'm still running this. See whether it actually has any errors. The main pattern is only $200 for 3 years. Is it monthly $10? Because mine is like I think I pay yearly $10. No, wait, what? I think, yeah. I think that's right. Okay. So it's $30 per year. I think AWS, by the way, also has AWS Route 53, because I work a lot with AWS. It also provides domain name service system. Sorry. Oh, interesting. Oh, great. Congrats on that. Getting patents on that. I don't know much about the patent laws. Something that I should get into at some point. Yeah, Amazon Route 53. On the one hand, it does handle your routing, but you can also just get domains there and handle them then inside of the AWS network. And it's like, I think it's $10 per year. I did have the TypeScript domain registration, that's what it's called, yeah. Apparently they only support some of them, but it is probably a lot. They cost differently. You can also transfer your stuff over to AWS. I'm not sponsored by AWS, by the way, but I do work with it a lot. Welcome, Wio. Look at it. They greet you. Yeah, I know that much, but I don't know how to actually get one. Probably I would need to talk to a lawyer, and then to an, is it notar? In English word. Users? That's not right. Notary. Okay. Or civil law notary. Or something like that. I don't know. What did we actually add? We added by. So here. Huh, nice. It works. It works. You don't have a patent pending and you sell something, other companies can sue you. Oh, for years. Oh, yeah. I'm not in the position yet to sell anything, fortunately. But yeah, everything I do is pretty much for free, including these two apps that I've written. It was posted to chat just now. That's the old one. Do I have daily questions? Yeah, that's the new one. In fact, by the way, so this is, I need to share that. That is one of my wins, my big wins of the last few days. This app, basically, you get asked questions every evening and you answer them. You give yourself points between 1 and 10. And since you're doing this every day, you're doing a small retrospective every day, and you start improving because you're more engaged. The idea, in particular the phrasing of these questions, did I do my best to, and then set clear goals, did I do my best to make progress towards my goals? It's all based on the leadership coach, Marshall Goldsmith, and his work in his book Triggers, where he also presents his actual research results. He's also a professor for leadership at some university, I don't know, somewhere in America. He answered my email and he said he loved my app and that he will introduce it to clients when they want to do the daily questions, which is pretty sweet and absolutely fantastic, I think. So that was one of my my big... I don't want to show the email that I got, because I don't know how happy he would be. And I say it here on stream, but I didn't even post it on Twitter or something, even though it's such a great thing. But he did. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, when it comes to announcing these kind of things, I'm on the side where better be on the cautious side. So, saying goodbye worked. Maybe we should not say goodbye so long. That would be one version. Then we would need something different. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's just leave it at that. Anything else? See, I think I had one more word. Greetings. Chat tracker, there it is. See you, see ya. Oh no, that looks good. All right. So now, if we commit this once more. So thank you, by the way, for spending your Sunday evening with me. I appreciate it a lot. And I'm having a great time. Very happy that our cats start making making the stream much more lively, I think. Feature. Cats say goodbye to chat users. All right, that didn't work because the linter is broken. I don't even know where the linter exactly is. It's probably in a different project, but yeah, whatever. Is it a lint? What exactly is the problem with the linter now? Two problems. Okay, but that sucks. Anybody knows how to fix that one? Other options, the project has been set for. Why doesn't it match your project configuration? Can I just ignore it? Okay, let's just commit without it. Commit -m. He says minus no verify. Done. Oops. And should be it. Now we need to build, and this crashes again my server. Come on, Webpack, be quick. Come on, Webpack, be quick. I think I'd call it a day after that. Could do the Keycloak stuff. But I would need to reset the Okay, let's make a 5-minute break. As soon as I have restarted the server. Kill Python. And I want to. Where's my server? Up. Let's go. Crash. There they are again. Let's check whether that works. If I say hi, I think they ignore me. Damn it. If I say bye, they don't. They at least say bye to me. Nice. Okay, so that works. I will take a 5, maybe 10-minute break. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours already. And we will switch to .NET and Keycloak. So let me update this. Let's say goodbye. Nice. We need to reset Keycloak, and then after that, reset up Keycloak, I think, because everything is broken. Oh, nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I do not have Prime, so so yeah. Because I'm trying to separate all the Amazon stuff, and actually I try to separate all kinds of services, privacy reasons. And also, in particular, also use two-factor authentication. So, Keycloak. I don't know. ES front is probably not what we want. Set up Keycloak. Yeah. And then what I actually want to move to is ASP.NET, because I did proclaim that I will do it today on Twitter to force myself into actually doing it. So we will work on that. What I eventually want to do is use Terraform to set up Keycloak. Because there is a Terraform provider, Keycloak provider. If you don't know what Terraform is a way to provision infrastructure. Like you set up Docker containers, you set up EC2 instances on AWS, or virtual machines on Azure, or you set up cloud storage on Google Cloud Platform. I don't know what, I think it's just called storage, file storage. And the same we have for Keycloak, where you can configure your server, I think. Keycloak does provide a REST API, so we could also use that one. But I want to get back into Terraform, because Terraform is a very useful tool and used very widely to manage this kind of configuration and automate that fun stuff. Let me share that with you. I did use it once before, but I forgot pretty much everything. So we will. It might take some time to get back into it. My focus, however, will be setting up Keycloak again, explaining how we set that up and how it then collaborates with the front end. It's just a static page and a Node.js library from Keycloak directly, and then getting into ASP.NET and authentication and the authentication plus authorization with Keycloak. Authentication is already set up. I just need to reset it up. Again. Right. But let me take a 10-minute break. Also, feel free to take the break. I will run a short ad, I think, so that the Twitch gods are slightly happier, because sometimes they are. All right, see you in a minute. like we are. Okay. So, this is the app I've been streaming a couple of times in the last week in particular, because I only started last week. Let me just switch on some music here. Right. This is the app that I've been streaming a couple of times now, but we will get into it later, I think. What I have is, we start almost from zero, so maybe let's start with Keycloak. What is Keycloak? Keycloak describes itself as an open source identity and access management. So it's a service product that you can run, for example, directly on a machine, on your local machine, for example, or on a virtual machine in the cloud, or you can run it in a Docker container, or there are a couple of other possibilities, I think. And what it does is essentially the authentication provider for you. Authentication, and it can also do authorization. It is using a lot of OAuth for that. And I have to go? Yeah. So, for example, on Podman, in how to do it in Kubernetes, how to do it in OpenShift, how to do it with Docker, how to do it directly, like running the server. So it's a server application that you run, and then it comes with a UI. It comes with an API that people can then talk to, particularly your users, and get their authentication token and other tokens, typically following the OpenID standard. That's how far I got. What we are going to do is this getting started Docker setup mostly. You can even run it yourself and check whether it works with the browser. What I have is this Docker setup. So I am using the image Quay.io. Basically, I think that's defined up here. Yep, here's the image. So this is Docker run, some ports, some environment variables for the initial admin and the initial admin password, and then the image that they are running. And I'm running exactly the same Quay.io Keycloak/Keycloak. And then they give it the start command, start def, which I'm doing here as well. So that's the Docker Compose format of that. I'm, however, running it on 8433 because 8080 is typically used by different services from me. I'm linking it to a database. In this case, it is running against Postgres, but for development purposes, you don't even need that. It comes with its own way of saving stuff for development. In practice, you most likely want a database that Keycloak is talking to. Oh, sorry. I think that's also in the guides. Go down here, database, configuring the database. There are a couple of things that we will not do here on stream. First and foremost, everything that is about HTTPS, SSL, and TLS, and all of that direction. I'm pretty much running everything on my local machine, and just going to disable HTTPS and setting up certificates and all of that fun stuff. It's an important step. We will not do it on stream. It's no fun. And I don't, until I actually have to do and get paid to do that job, I will probably not set that up myself, to be honest. Then I'm setting some environment variables, as you can see, also the Keycloak admin, so the admin and the admin password. And then some database configuration settings, and I'm also, just for the loads, enabling health endpoints, which are useful if you're running in an environment where you're, for example, having Prometheus checking for availability and whatnot. Is Prometheus checking for? Oh, sure. Like liveliness probes and all of that fun stuff. Kubernetes itself, for example, is running liveliness checks, and they have that inbuilt as well, so you can even run it in a Kubernetes. So let's get that one started, and let's do it. And then we will open the localhost on this port. So we can start with the liveliness. We just see it's a JSON that has status it is up. Very nice. I think there's also ready, which also says nice up. So let's go into the real part. Welcome to Keycloak. We go to the administration console. We also have some more stuff here. We go to the administration console and we get asked to sign in. So Keycloak comes with multiple different kind of applications that you can actually log in. On the one hand, you have the administration, which is for Keycloak itself and where you can actually see users, what we are doing now. And we will see in a moment that we can also have, for your specific applications, have special users. I think I need to remove everything that is in my database. Yeah. So I already have a database set up yesterday. But that's where my darn admin user broke, and admin 2 is also not working. So that's unfortunate, but that's unfortunate, but we will be able to fix it by doing the following. We just throw away the database for now. Don't do that in production. Not database. Keycloak. Oh, that is something broke terribly here. Okay. Interesting. I think this is Postgres. This is admin example database Postgres. Why is it so slow? Could not validate name Postgres. Oh, come on. Host. What was this? Does any of you remember the settings that I had there like 5 minutes ago? How did I call this? Annoying. Oh, it's root. Okay, that's why. Root and example. Postgres is not found. DB. Okay, that's it. Oh, So go back to Keycloak. It's still there. Let's remove it once more. Web database. We got logged out just now, but it didn't work. What is happening? It's being accessed by the users. Oh, I see. Docker compose. Stop Keycloak for now. Interesting. Haven't seen that yet. So now, Keycloak assumes that you have a database, which is called the way that you have set it up here. Down here, DBURL database, and I call it Keycloak. So I will now create a database. There's probably a way to do this more automatically, but I don't know how. Well, let's say for my purposes, this suffices. And there we have the Keycloak. So now if we start Keycloak once more, it should do its job at some point. Docker compose logs Keycloak. Look at the cache. Yeah, there we go. Now the migration has run. We should see our user inside of here, username admin. Perfect. Query load. Go. Now, this time it will work, I'm sure. So admin, I think admin is my other password. And now we are going to, yeah, thank you. See, this is the admin UI. From here you configure Keycloak itself, typically, but you can also do some user adding users, adding groups, and all of that fun stuff. Or looking at specific events, or what kind of sessions somebody had, and so on and so on. So what we are going to do is we start here. So has anybody worked with Keycloak before? If so, please tell me. I will probably have some questions for you, and please correct me also when I'm saying something wrong. So maybe you've worked with something like Active Directory, or anything that provides a very strict separation between specific clients or applications and so on. This is what Keycloak calls realms. Typically, you call this tenants, but in authentication parts, in particular OAuth, realm is a very common name. Right? And typically, you don't want to work in the master, as far as I know. We create a new realm, first of all, and we call this T-time. Yay! It should be enabled. We don't have a resource file. I'm not even sure what this exactly is. Maybe we can configure it immediately. I don't know. So now we are in the realm of T-time. T-time and master have completely different user sets. As you can see, there are no users inside of T-time. There are users, however, the admin inside of our master realm. We want to work with T-time. Or let me create one more user. Admin 2, maybe. Verify yes. and maybe we call it admin2 at subscript time at g.com. Our test email. Did I write this correctly? I hope I. So create the user. Now what we can do. So this, what I'm just doing right now is making sure that over the course of the stream, we still have an admin user so that it's not gone again. I don't know why it was gone from time to time. I suppose maybe I enabled some setting that disallowed the admin to log in or something. I don't know. Now, we can give our new user credentials, and I'm going to do that. They are not temporary, they are complete. I do want to save the password. All right. So, and then we have, so for this user, the admin2, we now have added credentials. By default, this user would not have been able to log in. Now he can log in. And we actually want to make him an admin. So we just give him every single possible role that we have. All of them. Yeah, perfect. So, that should be good. Correct. From here, I will now mostly switch into tea time. So what do we need now to actually log into our application? There are a couple of things that we need. On the one hand, we need an application that is actually talking to Keycloak and that wants to use authentication. That I have basically set up right here, which is just an HTML page, and it includes the Keycloak JS file, which is a JS file that is directly hosted on your server, and the version is very, very important. So ideally, use in your application, in the applications you write, use the JS file that you actually get from the server. Because if you have version mismatches, it can easily happen that you will not be able to log in whatsoever. So we are just including this with a script tag in this case. We don't use TypeScript, we're just using HTML plus direct JavaScript script tags here. So that's one part. But if we actually open this, so if I do .NET watch, which starts my server, and then go to this error came because we got this error because it's using self-signed certificates here. So if we go to test keycloak.html, for a millisecond we saw this application, but immediately it tried to get, because we have this keycloak.init on login required, and the Keycloak client immediately redirects us and is trying to do an OAuth flow, authentication code flow, authorization code. So the problem is our tea time, which we can already see here, which is our realm, is not set up properly. So it is not set up. So let's do some setup. The first thing that we want to create is a client, which means an application that is actually talking to our Keycloak. So clients are applications and services that can request authentication of a user. I just call this, did I call it test last time? So test. And that's it. I will remove the direct access. That is actually not a good, so it's using the resource owner password credential grant, which is not great anymore. So I'm disabling that one. I just want the standard flow, which is the authorization code flow. Also implicit flow, you shouldn't use it in production in particular. This one is deprecated as well. This one is also deprecated. I don't know about these two. This one. So, go. Now we created it. It has, we now have the client. So if we refresh this, we now have, well, the message changed slightly. We now have redirect URL missing, invalid. That's because we do have to set the valid redirect URIs here. And we also have to set a root URL, in fact. So the URL that I want to set is localhost. Where was my server running on? 7. I think it's 743 7132. I think that one is. Check. 7132. This one. So that's our root URL. We then need to configure valid redirect UIs. So that's the page that you request, or you open this page. Sorry. The other one that vanishes immediately, and it redirects you to this page here. Here you would normally you would see a login screen as we did earlier, and then you say, well, log myself in, and as soon as you have logged in, it redirects you again back to this redirect URL, which is provided also inside of here, and this value, so inside of here we see redirect URL, state and whatnot. So this redirect URI here, which is URL encoded for Keycloak HTML, localhost, whatnot. So this here, you essentially say, Keycloak, please, after I logged myself in, please redirect me back to this URL. Keycloak, however, does not really trust what you say here, unless you also provide it inside of the configuration of your server. That's a security feature. If somebody could just write anything here, they could redirect you to a malicious page and then get all your resources, for example, from Google, or that's why we need this. The server needs to say, this is valid, this is valid, this is valid. You are not valid. I will not allow you to handle any kind of authentication with me. And it shows this error page in that case. So we have to set that one. Let's save for now and try once more. Now we see the login page, which is good. We will, however, Keycloak. That's Keycloak HTML. We might get into course trouble at some point. Fairly sure. So, let's see. Username. Inside of our tea time, I don't think we have a user just yet. I will just create one for now. Let's call him an email. One. He says is verified. And first name is T and last name is time. And that's it. So this user, we will give it again password credentials. I will just provide a password here. Oops. And now this user becomes able to log in. So if I do +2t time, so my username here, +1, and password, click sign in, it tried to. The problem is I'm now getting access to XM. Move this over. I get these errors here. Access to XML HTTP request, blah blah blah, /OpenID/token from origin has been blocked. So what happens is we get redirected, and then we push one more message using a post request to this endpoint, but this fails because of course settings. And the course settings, course always being a problem most of the time, let's say, on the server, we also have to set inside of our realm settings. So down here somewhere, sorry, inside of the client. So clients, test, down here we see web origins under settings. And this also needs to be HTTP /localhost 7132. So be as specific as possible here. Here as well. In fact, ideally, this page that you get redirected to should not have any kind of other scripts inside. Ideally. Except for the ones that you really trust. Otherwise, if they are malicious, they might fish or catch the tokens from your client or the authentication code, and then your clients are in trouble. So we have to set the course settings, which I did just now. Set. Now, if I refresh, why not need you? Test Keycloak once more. Initialization fails. So it's still trying to do the. Did I add the right one? Yeah. So let's check whether it works if we just allow everything. So star in core settings means you just allow everything. I just want to make it work right now. Okay, that works. I did HTTP, not HTTPS. That was the mistake that I made just now. If we log out, yep, no, you're invalid. So that's one more error. Invalid redirect on the logout. We also have valid post logout redirects. And usually you could redirect to a different HTML page, but I will just use the same one. So maybe HTML. Let's run this again. ps:/localhost 712 test keycloak.html. So I disabled now the automatic redirect, so I can click here on these buttons. This button, it just calls the Keycloak login function. Yeah, keycloak.login. And if we do that, has been blocked by course again. What am I doing wrong here? Okay. So I'm still logged in. Let me log out. Now, if I log in, if I click the login button, I get redirected to the sign-in page and can now sign in. TypeScript ttime1@gmail.com. Password, sign in, and then it redirects me back here. It does a post request to the token endpoint, and that one needs the web origins, and that response finally says, yes, you are logged in, here's your token, and all of that fun stuff. Yeah, here we see the post request that we do to this URL, and this, because it's now Ajax, this one can fail with course errors, by the way. That's why we need to set up the web origins. Similarly, if we call the logout, we do a call. I don't even know. Yeah, we do a request to OpenID/logout, and then pass it some data, a lot of data apparently, and that logs us out. And we immediately get redirected to this redirect URI, which we also provide inside of here. I think we can set in the configuration. So there's one thing that I haven't shown you yet, an important thing, because once we have saved this client, this would not work if we do not have this Keycloak JSON file. Where do we get this Keycloak JSON file, which says, well, the realm is T-time. My authentication server URI is 443, localhost. The resource that I want to access, the client, is test, and so on. That's where you click up here, the action, and can download the adapter config. You need to use the JSON with Keycloak JSON API, JSON library. Copy this and just put it right next to what you have. I already had this, that's why it was working. So that's important. It is described inside of JavaScript client Keycloak JS JavaScript. Yeah, that guide. So there are different adapters. We are currently using the client-side JavaScript version. So by the way, welcome to the new people. We are setting up Keycloak currently for local development with ASP.NET. This takes quite a bit of time, but it will be worth it. So, that one. Say hi in the chat if you. So, what we did now, finally, we did set up the client, or we created a new client. We went into the settings, we added the root URL, we added a valid, at least one valid redirect URIs, and again, be as specific as possible here to avoid any any malicious stuff, because then you only need to secure this one page. We also set post logout redirect URLs. That's where we get redirected once we call the logout URI, and the web origins, which is the course settings. And that's pretty much what we did. We then took all of that fun stuff, went up to the bottom right here, clicked the actions button and downloaded the config. And as is described here in this JavaScript adapter, it says somewhere the downloaded. So what we're doing here is described also inside of here. The downloaded Keycloak JSON file should be hosted on your web server at the same location as your HTML pages. And then this is actually, the JSON file is actually fetched right here in our client application. You can see here the settings, which we have right here. So that's how you set up the client. Now, what you might have seen is, well, I can log out, fine, I can log in, but I cannot register. Well, that sucks, because oftentimes you have a public client, you want to register stuff, right? You want your clients to actually be able to log in. Or first of all, you want to register, to give them the option to register themselves. If you want that, this is in fact not a client setting, but a setting that is on the realm. So clients being the individual applications, you could have one for your mobile app, you could have one for your React app, you could have one for, I don't know, a different one, one for the backend, and so on. And then very, very catered to those specific clients, in particular because you want to make it as secure as possible, right? And secure as possible means also minimizing the attack space, or the attack surface, that's the right word. So if we want to set up registration, we can do that via the realm setting down here. Inside of there, we can go to login, and we see that, well, login screen customization, user registration is actually turned off. Let's turn it on. Well, that should fix it, right? There we go. New user, register. Bams. And now we can register. We can say Bobbington. Email. Let's use our Yep. One. Username. I think I used +1 already, right? +2. Username. A password. And confirm the password. Register. There we go. Now we are logged in as, if you look here, as Bobbington. So that's a different user than we had before. We can still log out, we can log in, and we can still log in as subscript etime+1@gmail.com. Have you done policy-based authentication? I have not. I have neither done that in any framework, nor in ASP.NET. In particular, I'm, as you might remember, and also welcome back in, Flux. Good to see you again. You helped me a lot the other day. Since I'm only here in ASP world and .NET world for a week, I cannot say too much. I did a bit of research on it. In particular, Did I point you to Nest.js? I'm not 100% sure. But they have a very interesting way. So Nest.js is basically ASP.NET or one web framework for Node. And they have a very, very nice documentation for a lot of stuff. In particular for authorization. Here they first explain role-based authentication, but they also have integrating CASL, which is, I don't know what the C actually is for. Where is it? So claim-based authentication. Yeah. So this is more policy-based. And for example, if you have the ability to, well, if you have the policy permission on your user, which is create cat, then you can say add require permission, and every user that has this permission and is authenticated, of course, will have access. Anybody else will probably get a 403 of it. And CASL is one library in JavaScript that does that part. And I just went through this. It basically, if user can manage all, so you have the permissions or the action that they want to do, then how much of it you can actually do. That looked very interesting, but I did not have any use case that needed it so far. How have you been doing? Good to see you again. So if I log in to +1 again, I'm again T time and not Bob Bobbington. So that handles user registration essentially. If you're wondering, well, this is nice, but it looks terrible. It's easy, or it's nice that it comes out of the box, but it looks terrible. There are ways, custom themes or something, I think that's what it's called, to customize all of this and show your logo and whatnot. So that's an option. My music stopped. There you go. So we can enable more stuff like forgot password, for example. Email as username, also an option. Login with email, verify email. Oh, interesting. Require users to verify the email address after initial login or after email address changes are submitted. Let's set that up as well, because that's one very, very often you sign up for something, then you get an email and you click the link in the email and then you get redirected and now you can access the page. Let's try that. To set that up, we need to go to our settings. I don't know actually if we SDF or com password password. I think it crashes now. No, you need to verify your email address. So the server did not show an error, but let's maybe look in here. Docker compose logs. There. We see an error in the server. So I'm running it in Docker. A very long server, but it boils down to, well, we do not have set up anything concerning email. Send verify email error. to do that, we stay here in the random settings. We go we go from login, where we set verify email, to email, and now we can set up SMTP. And to do that, so let's say TypeScript ttime at gmail.com here from say ttime apply to, yes, nobody looks at that, SMTP host. So here you would put in, so SMTP is a mail server. You send mail via this server. It comes with a lot of hosting solutions and domain solutions as well. For example, in my case, my company website and personal freelancer website also comes with access to, or with an SMTP server that they then manage. So what I want to do now is to set that up, except that I don't want to use my company's stuff and the real stuff. Instead, we have in our Docker Compose a very nice tool that I found yesterday called Mailhawk. And it is essentially a web server, an SMTP server, but it also provides this nice little UI, which looks a lot like our friend Google Mail, Gmail. And we just can set up SMTP using this, which is very nice. So to do that, I think we use localhost, and the port that we need to use is this port here, 1025. And so I called this server's email, and I need to give the Keycloak servers. Oh, I do not. Did I not do that? Okay, apparently I didn't. Never mind. I do not use localhost. Localhost would be inside of the container. What I want to use is I want to go into the host machine. In this case, because I'm running it on Docker, I want to go to the host machine and then on port 1025, because that's where Mailhawk is running. This is very ugly formatted. Mailhawk here running on 1025. So there's a specific IP that I can just use, which is this. You get it basically by running ifconfig or ipconfig if you're on Windows, and see then that there is, on Windows it might actually be more complicated. On Ubuntu it's fairly simple because Docker is directly running on the operating system and not inside of a container again, inside of a virtual box again. So ifconfig then shows the Docker configuration, and there it shows this 172.17.01. There are other ways to do this, but this works. Save. Test email. I don't know who this is. I've never used this email. We can take that one. Test it. Did it work? No, it seems to have crashed. Yeah, that seems to be broken. Email.com. Why can I not click? Is it? The IP wrong. Let's do this here. Not dox myself. Docker 172. It's the right one. Not working. Why not? Or do I actually get an email? No. Nothing. No. Gmail.com. Let's do this again. Script. Maybe because I'm using it up here as well. +1. And I cannot send an email to myself. Is that it? He says, and 10:25, was it? Yeah. Which one did I use now? +1. Save. I'm at gmail.com. You know work. It was working yesterday. Set up self-registration, blah, blah, blah. Also set up an email, RAM settings, email, fill in info. These are my notes. Use credentials, host 172.17.01. IP of host machine for any Docker container. Host 10.25, no encryption, and because I have not set up any HTTPS here on this Mailhawk server. Oh, maybe I needed to connect actually. Is that right? Do they have authentication? No, it does not have any authentication. That worked. Okay, so apparently I had to connect first. Otherwise it did not work. Okay, I learned something new. Let me point you to Mailhawk. It is really good and very, very easy to set up, as you can, in particular, using the Docker container. As you can see here, that's so simple. I was surprised pretty much. And now we have an email. Keycloak SMTP test message. So that has worked. We can save. And now, if somebody logs in, they will get an email. So let's try that. So let's say username blah blah at b.com. C password sorry, need to register. b.c password confirm and register. ASDF is already taken. Oh, and it okay. Yeah, as you can see, the login form is not perfect, but there are ways apparently, but you would need to check it yourself to make that work, to handle this pretty much yourself. Although you have to dive into the Keycloak extensions, or at least custom theming. Be aware of that. Give me a b.de. Is there? Now, yeah. Thank you, Chrome. Not useful. We apparently it sent an email. Let's refresh. There it is. You see it here in Mailhawk now on 8025. someone has created a tea time account with this email address. If this was you, click the link below to verify your email address. Yeah, this link will expire in 5 minutes, so you don't have to handle any of that. If you didn't, just ignore it. We did it, and immediately we are logged in as blah, blah, blah. Nice, good job on that one. So we now have an application, log out. We now have an application that can use sign up. Optionally, we can register, and we can also say forgot password, or for example, a@b.b is what I've used, I think, or username blah. That's easier. Submit. You should receive an email shortly with further instruction. There it is. Reset. Link to reset password. Password reset immediately there. Let's say this one and that one. Submit, and we logged in again. One thing that I'm curious about is when I log in and I say, yes, thank you, Chrome. I'm happy that you are so concerned about me. If I write anything inside of here, it's one thing that I'm always curious about and worried about. So we provided totally random gibberish here, and it still said to the client, the hacker, the possible one, you should have received an email shortly. So that the hackers that just try to randomly type in numbers or names like defluxd here cannot find out whether defluxd is actually in our system or not. Because having the username is half the problem, right? After that, you can basically start brute forcing the password once you know the username. All right. So all of that we got set up fairly quickly. How long did we take? Like an hour, not even. Not quite. Excuse me. So, my bad. Now, let's log in once more. Blah. Attempt timed out. Wow. Did we? Can I go to my webpage? 7132. Let's test Keycloak. Yeah. I click login. I give blah, and I say password is this. Sign in. All right, we are logged in. Now we have an ID token, and we have a token for the authorization head. What we now need to do is configure. So this basically finishes the part where we talk with Keycloak. So the client application, the Keycloak is set up, and the front end is pretty simple as well. We basically just use this Keycloak. We copied and pasted the code from the link that I've shared to Keycloak, Keycloak.js, I think, client. And then I'm just having some code here to render stuff. And you can get information like keycloak.subject, keycloak.authenticated. One way to find it out is using the documentation, or the worst that could happen is doing this. You have the global variable, and then you look at it and see, well, it has a client ID after login, at least. It has a clear token function. It has a auth server function. It has an ID token. Very good. It has a refresh token. Ooh. It has a token, which is, I think, the 100% sure which one it is. The access token. And from there, we can do something like take this token from, for example, keycloak.id token, or keycloak.token, I think the latter one, and send it to our backends. And then the backend can say, oh, thank you for the token. I see you are Mr. Blah Blah. Welcome, Mr. Blah Blah. I see your email is verified. Oh, very good. I see your email is a.b.de. Oh, very good. The question to the backend is, can I trust what you send me? And the way it trusts, or the way it verifies that it can trust the client is by verifying the latter part of this token. So this is in JWT, sorry. There's a nice website, jwt.io, required only. You should not do this with anything that is actually production relevant. But this website is very, very nice to get an introduction. So this is a standard for authentication. Typically, you have two types of authentication in web applications. Either session-based, which uses typically a cookie, then send it to the backend, and the backend has like for example, in memory or in Redis or somewhere, it saves information about the cookie and then can say, oh, you are actually this person. It comes with some benefits, it comes with some minuses. Yeah, an alternative to that is this kind of token-based authentication. We see this is colored in like 3 colors. We have the red part, which is the header. We have this middle part, which is the body. And these two are actually readable, the header and the body. And then we have this last, the blue part, which is the signature. And using the signature, as well as the rest of the token, the backend can actually determine whether it can trust this token or not. Because this is sent to the backend by the client. And whatever your clients send to you, do not trust it in the backend. Don't do it. You always have to verify that it is all right. So what we can do is we take this. So anybody has worked with JWT and authentication before? Or maybe also with session. I'm very much interested in it. Tell me about it. Let's look at the 3 sections. So the header, it's just metadata, which algorithm was used to create this thingy, the signature down here. What type is it? It's a JWT. I've never seen anything else besides JWT in here, to be honest. But apparently there can be other stuff, and a KID, which is the key ID, which is the ID of the key with which this token was signed, and then this signature was generated, essentially. Somewhere this key we can actually get, the backend can get this key with this specific ID, and then use this key to verify that this is actually valid. Of course, in the case, so there are 2 options for that, either symmetric or asymmetric, essentially. And in the world of Keycloak, it will always be asymmetric, because Keycloak has a different token than the backend. So what we have in Keycloak is, if you are very clever and you go to somewhere like, I think, /protocol, oh no, protocol / I don't know, OpenID. I think you can just go to root. slash realms slash master. Yeah. If you go here, you can see the token service. So realm slash master or realm slash t time, I think. Realms, we have another one. This ID is, you should exist, shouldn't you? Shouldn't you? So there's a web page where the keys are listed, and then you can get the right one and validate that this is correct. Inside of there, you see a couple of properties. In particular, you see some user-specific stuff, like the preferred username, a name, an email verified, true or false. The email, you see the SID, which is the subject ID. Nonce value, not so important. Was it sub? Sorry, sub is the subject. Not sure what SID is, the session ID. Okay, my bad. You also see something like who issued this token, and in this case, the backend can then ask the issuer of this token for the specific key to verify, yes, this is actually from this issuer. We also have like expiry on this. Oh, we don't. Apparently this one does not expire. Issued at, yeah. I don't think there's an expiry in here. Yeah, doesn't seem to be. Typically you also have, these tokens should not be valid forever, because if you lose it once, you will have a problem forever. Much better would be if you lose it in 15 minutes, it's invalid anyway, so an tag can only happen within these 15 minutes. 15 minutes for a tag can be long, but it can also be very short. Oh, there's the expiry. Did I not copy the right? Did I miss the expiry? Oh, there it is. Expiry. Okay, there it is. Expire. When does it expire? In this case, it's Sunday, August 21 at 19 o'clock. So it is already expired. Yeah. If we refresh the page, we're not logged in it. Okay. Now we're logged in again. That I think it was using, so it has a refresh token to get a new authentication token without logging in again. And that was what's happened there, I think. Not sure why it said that it was not logged in, however. And now we see that this new token is valid for 5 more minutes. So at 20, I have to zoom in very, very strongly, 20:09. So in 5 minutes, this is invalid again, and we have to refresh the token once more. The good thing about refresh tokens is they only get sent over the once anyway. So the backend can now just receive this token from the client and then validate whether it's okay, and it is from someone who's trustworthy, and the information inside of there is correct, and then it knows or it can trust that the information is correct, because the backend trusts our Keycloak. Or alternatively, if you would, instead of using Keycloak, you would use Google Google, for example. If your application trusts Google, then you can take the JWT that is issued to the client by Google. The client sends it to you. You validate that with Google, or that it comes from Google, and you have to actually trust Google, which I hope you can, because otherwise we would have a problem. That's right. You can trust it on some things, maybe not all. And then you can actually start using it if everything is valid. And that's the basic idea that we want to do as well. For that, we have inside our setup functionality here, program.cs is typically the entry point of your ASP.NET function. Sorry, ASP.NET server. What we do here is, so we have this builder thing, which handles setting everything up and doing the fancy injection and all of that fun stuff. What we do is we add a service at authentication. So I'm in .NET 6, be aware of that. ASP.NET changes a lot. I noticed. Trying to find any useful resources. You always have to kind of Google also for the right version. In authentication, we configure it with the JWT bearer defaults, which is a package that I've installed. Somewhere here we see Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication JWT bearer. There's also authentication. I think it's called authorization. ASP.NET. So basically, most of it is described here-ish, but not all. I had to use some other resources to find things. So from there, what we do is you could have multiple schemes or multiple ways of authentication, like having session and having JWT bearer and having something else, which I don't know. In our case, we only add this JWT bearer stuff. So they call it authentication schemes. If you've worked with Node.js, this is pretty much the same as passport strategies. The words authentication scheme. So, and then we have to configure it with some options. The most important one being metadata headers, which is the way or the place. Okay, here it is. So it is /realms/ttime realms/ttime.wellknown /openid configuration. And normally your keys will also be at jwks.json. Normally, or your website /.wellknown/jwks.json. Not so in Keycloak. The good thing is, because we have this configuration file here, somewhere we see JWK, and there it says where to look for the JWKS URI and the keys. And here we see this is a JWKS JSON web key set, because it's multiple keys. Hey Hector, good to see you again. How are you doing on this Sunday evening? I'm currently doing some ASP.NET with Keycloak. You can see here, Keycloak, which is an identity provider. Did you have a nice day? Nice weekend? Excellent. Excellent. That is excellent. That you had a nice weekend. So, if we provide this ID, and finding this ID was like so hard, to be honest, for me. And setting it to metadata address. We can pretty much, this service does everything else. One more thing that you need for development is, I think, you have to disable HTTPS. Otherwise, it will obviously try to connect to Keycloak with HTTPS, which it should in production, which it absolutely should. You don't want to miss out on authentication, otherwise you will trust pretty much everything. That's the one part that you really have to be secure, I think. So always use HTTPS. Only do this in development. And yeah, with that we can. That's pretty much all there is to it. Now we can. I think. So we need these two for. This one we don't even need in production. This one is just useful for debugging. And there's this token validation parameters. So this defines how your token actually should look like. Have you heard of Keycloak? Or have you worked with any kind of authentication providers, Hector? Let me know about it. Inside of here we define what kind of stuff should be in the token. So if I log in once more, we see a couple of properties, right? But in particular, we see expiration. And we could say that, for example, validate expiration. I think it's a lifetime. If the token lifetime will be validating during and you could disable it if you really want. You're trying to learn that part. Ah, perfect. Yeah, then maybe this is useful for you. Maybe this is useful. I basically just started getting into the AWS. ASP.NET stuff. So we add authentication, we configure it with some defaults, and then we add a scheme or a strategy, one method using a JWT bearer token. Bearer, if you wonder what that means, bearer you often see in front of the token, or a bearer token is a token that if you have it, if you bear this token, if you have this token, then you can pretty much say you are the person that is described by this token. That's why it's called bearer. Just because having this token also means you can proclaim that you are this person and nobody can say anything else. So we do some configuration. We have some ISS here. That's because the standard tries to minimize the amount of bytes that it's sending over the network, I think, which makes kind of sense. It's an open standard, and there are so many authentication requests that have to be done. Every byte counts in this case. It doesn't say issuer, it says ISS. Again, if you're using a website like JWT.io, you can just hover over it and it tells you what it is for each property that is a standard property. X, for example, is the expiration time. IAT is issued at. Auth time is the time when authentication occurred. JTI is the JWT ID. ISS is the issuer, and so on. Or auth is the audience, and so on. I did share that like a minute ago, but I do it again because you're now here, Hector. Very useful site. And we want to verify that whoever sends a token to us actually has this issuer here. HP localhost 433 realms T-time. And this depends on on who you want to trust. In this case, I want to trust my Keycloak server, which has exactly this ID, and the client being test, so the application that wants to authenticate. Audience is this client right here. Sorry, the realm is t-time. The client being the audience, and I want to validate that as well. I think these are on by default, be aware of that, but I don't know. That's why I said true here. Yeah, signing key, not 100% sure what that is about. Yeah. And with that, we can start using it as soon, and that's one thing that I missed yesterday. You say somewhere below, or maybe anywhere you want, app.use authentication. Without this, it does not work. You will just always get forbidden errors if you do not have this. I was spent 1 hour yesterday wondering why nothing is working until I finally figured out, oh, I need to call use authentication. You will already, so there's this, where did I actually add that? Somewhere over the ocean. I think it's the Pokemon controller. You can use this, yeah. So I'm in a controller here, your API endpoint essentially. You can use this authorize header, and it can also take parameters. But with this, you have to be logged in to actually access it, and everything that has not this authorize parameter is public, at least by default settings. So currently, if I go to this web page, which is this one, maybe get all. So localhost, what he says, slash API slash the Pokemons. Oh my goodness, Pokemon slash. That's it. This web page does not work. Is my server not running? It is running. Is it not the right URL? API slash Pokemons. There we go. That's the reason. So in here it says pay to load resource. The server responded with 401. What is HTTP 401? Let's go to http.cat to find out. 401 is unauthorized. Oh no, cat's not allowed. Oh, damn it. Meaning you have not provided a valid authentication token. And indeed we did not, because we did not provide any token. I will now go into test.http, no, test.http, which is essentially my version of the tool I'm using instead of Postman, because I don't like Postman that much. But if we take this tool, so let's try that again. First of all, we see, well, we get a response 401 unauthorized. That's not great. If we set this authorization header, bearer, space, and then the token. Well, currently it's not a valid token, so we get an error, bearer error, invalid token. Okay. If we take, however, I think either one of these tokens. Let's try this one first. If we take this one first, I think it will not work, because the audience is account, but I have set up, yeah. So here we get again, for one, bearer error, invalid token, error description, the audience account is invalid. I only, be aware, get these error descriptions if you have to debug this. This is terrible to debug if you can't see anything. There's this one flag, include error details, and I set it to true, and without this, or the default, oops, what did I do? If I set it to this and reload, because for whatever reason this does not completely restart. Let me switch on the lights. Now I will not get a proper error message. I do. Why? It should not show this. Normally it should not show this, I think. Sometimes the restart doesn't work. I have a feeling. But that means we have to take the other token that we have. Where did it go? No. Did I close the page? Oh, I'm logged out. Okay. So instead, I take the ID token because it has the audience set to test, which is what I need. It also has this issue set to the same, so that's good. For now, I will take this token. That looks wrong. It was not the complete token. And I send the request. And I get an okay, nice. So I am now authenticated, and the backend actually says, yes, you are indeed authenticated, and it is actually a valid token, and everything looks fine, and I trust you. So now this is perfect. And that's pretty much it for authentication. So be aware there's a difference between authentication and authorization. The difference being, not only is it a different word, this answers the question, who am I? And this answers the question, what can I access? What can I do and access? That's a very, very different question, right? Well, the question being, can I access this? So you might be authenticated with Google, let's say, or Gmail, but you might not be authorized to edit any configurations inside of the Google server, even though you are authenticated with it. Or what's a better example? A simple example. You're in kindergarten. You might be authenticated to go into the kindergarten, but you might not be you might be authenticated. The kindergarten knows you are Peter. Perfect, but you might still not be authorized to actually go into the kindergarten or to go into the kitchen and eat all the cake that you can. I don't know. Probably some kindergartens also have cake in it. So this authentication just says I am Mirko. Authorization says Mirko can do this and that and this and that. We have now set up authentication. Even though, and that's a bit confusing to be honest, inside of the confines of AWS ASP.NET, ASP. I should just call it .NET. But .NET is more, right? Where's my Pokemon controller again? Yeah. It is the authorize decorator because it authorizes only those people who are authenticated, which is a bit confusing. So maybe it might be better to have a separate thing that also says authenticated. But typically, to have authorized, you also you need also to be authenticated, because you can only do authorization once you have authentication. You cannot say yes, you can eat all the cake before you even know that you are Peter, because only Peter has access to the cake, right? So authentication is the first step, and then authorization comes in. Yeah, short primer on that one. Now we have authentication set up, and we can make everything authenticated by using this. I think we can also make the complete controller class authenticated by just doing this, if I'm not mistaken. So I will remove this from the individual routes, and just for safety's sake, I will restart the server. If I now, yeah, lots of errors. Interesting. Is that because the controller is not authenticated? Interesting. Or the setup is somehow wrong. Oh no, it worked. Damn it. Let's do that again. Yeah. If you have any questions about authentication or authorization, at least the simple questions I can probably answer. I should answer. Or maybe it gives you, even if my answers might not be 100% correct, maybe it gives you a different point of view to strengthen your understanding. Yeah, I had to implement OAuth once, OAuth 2 flows professionally. So it's not completely I know a couple of things, let's say it like that. So currently we can access it if I just remove one character from this string here, from this token. It becomes invalid. So that's why we now see for one unauthorized, and in this case the signature is invalid. Yeah, because we destroyed the signature. Very nice. So that seems to have worked. In other words, we can also make a complete controller authenticated. Yeah. Allow only people who are authenticated with our app to also have access to this thing. So you see the reason why I'm having difficulties in describing this is because it's going hand in hand, right? There's a very simple or very quick flow when you go from authorize to authenticate, and vice versa. Yeah, so apparently Swagger does not like that we set this authorization header. Well, sucks to be you, Swagger. Now, I want to set up authorization now, and I want to have role authorization. So what I want is something like the following. Let me close a couple of these. This one is good. Not sure whether I need you anymore. Are our friends actually working, by the way? I'm not sure whether... Hector, did the cats actually say hi to you? I missed it. If they did. If they didn't, it's broken. And we have to fix it again. From here on. So, let me go back to this one. So we have set up Keycloak. We have authentication explained. Now we want to go into authorization. Very nice. Okay, great. Sorry that I missed it. Keycloak authorization becomes slightly more complicated. We can, so if we go into our management console, I hope I'm still logged in. I am not. I am. There it is. And I'm in the tea time realm, so the tenant, if you want to say so. We see our users here, all of these nice guys. We can create, let me see, inside I think of, so there are two types of roles that we can define. One being realm-wide, realm roles, which are here, which means for every client, these roles apply, and we have client-specific roles. And I want to set up client-specific roles in this case. Typically, when it's about security, the more specific, the better. Typically. Because if you give it too much access, then it might get misused. There's a principle called the least privilege principle. Very important, particularly also in if you ever want to do something like the AWS certifications. Very important, very, very important. Basically, it just says if somebody needs access to something, give them access to only this one thing and not anything else. And if they come back to you and then have to say, oh, I need also access to this one, then give them access to only this one, or figure out the minimum use case that they really need the permissions for. Don't just give them the admin, or don't just give them the I don't know, super admin or super user and whatnot. Make it as small as possible so that the minimum amount of stuff can break, in particular in larger applications. That this becomes very, very important. All right, so let's create a rule called regular, and let's create another role that we call admins or administrator. So what I'm doing now is mostly from, where is it? From, is it this one? No. Docker. Yeah, this one. That's the link that I will mostly follow. We want to. So by default, even though I have added now some stuff, and let's give blah blah, we give them the role test regular. So what I did there was very fast, I think. I went to users. I took a specific user. I went to role mapping and assign a role. And in here, it's not on the first page in this case. I can just search for it because it's in the client test. I can search for test, and then I give blah the regular role assign. And maybe we take let's take this user here, and we give him the role test administrator. Done. We could also assign both. That's also a thing. So you can be fairly fine-grained. Multiple roles are possible. Now, if I refresh my token here, not authenticate, log in again, I do not see the roles in the ID token. And that's not great, because I want to use it, right? I do see it, however, in this access token with audience account. So we might, if we instead trust the account, that would also work. And then we can check for this resource access, test roles regular. There it is. And I'm logged in as blah blah. Oh, a@t.com. So normally, most providers just give you a property that is directly in the root here. So you would have a property roles right here, and then it's an array of regular. Maybe it's even a string, depending on how your authentication framework works. As I've read, ASP.NET cannot work with this format directly. If it would be just roles and then an array, that would be perfectly fine. But ASP.NET cannot work with this format that comes from Keycloak. And in particular, we do not have it inside of here. What we can do to get into the fun part, which one do you want to do first? Putting the token claim, so the one specific property is one claim, for roles inside of this ID token, or would you rather like to see the ASP.NET stuff to get access to this realm access? I don't know how to do that yet. We would go through the documentation together and try to figure it out. It should not be too hard, I think. Which one do you prefer? It's your call. If you say nothing, we will start with this one. So we have to make this one work first. You can still say the other one. We need to use the right audience, and this audience here is account. So I write account right there. And now our request should not work anymore, the other one. This one should now give unauthorized. It also expired, okay. But again. If we take this ID token, it has the wrong audience, and it will now say, oh, wrong audience, it doesn't work. Oh, that didn't work. What are the choices again? Shall we look deeper into Keycloak, or shall we look deeper into making Keycloak work together with ASP.NET? That's the two options. One is specific to Keycloak, one is specific to making them work together. In one we code, in the other one we go through all of this fun stuff. Setting this, so heads up, if it helps, the Keycloak stuff is described in the link that I just shared. The difference being it is called client scopes instead. Has a separate place. So now if I run this, which one did I take? This should not work, should it? No, this should not work. It did not apply the changes. I can just control R, right? Restart, start the server. Keycloak. All right. Got it. Yeah, now we are unauthorized. So for whatever reason, even though it said hot reload worked, it did not do this part. All right. So let's look into the problem again. We are currently using this ID token to authenticate with the backend. We might find a way to use this authorization access token, because it has the resource access and so on by default, but we might not want to. What we see here is that we do not have the roles inside of there, even though we just added it. Down here we have roles. Perfect. Up here we don't have roles. How do we get roles on this ID token? To do that, we go inside of our administration. So we log in as an admin again. We go to the right realm. And now I have to think for myself. We do have the two roles here, right? We have to provide a custom client scope. Cannot add anything here. We do have roles in here as well, but those don't show up, interestingly. These are only for the access token. If we want them, so the access token being the other one, we want them inside of our ID token, however. To do that, we go into client scopes and create a new client scope. We call it, let's call it client roles or .NET roles. Or maybe T-time roles. We have to give it a type. Should it appear, should it be optional, or should it be none? There are fairly helpful things here. I'm not 100% sure how these differ. If it works if we use default. Protocol should be the same. We do not use SAML, we use OpenID Connect. SAML being one completely different set of how to authenticate with Keycloak in the first place. You often see it with larger companies still using SAML. If you want to read more on it, just go to Google. Just Google it. Security assertion markup language, but it's actually a complete protocol on how to authenticate stuff. We saved that one. Now, after we've saved it, it's created, we have to go to the mappers and add a mapper. And in here, we can look for roles and we can take client roles. Map a user client role to a token claim. We add that one because we created a client role. Be aware of that. If we would have created a client-specific role called client role, we created it inside of here. We did not create it inside of this realm roles. This one would be a different one. Okay, let's go back. Time roles, there it is. Mappers. And if we click on that one, we see some configuration. What is most important is that we have add to ID token down here. This makes it so that it actually appears in the, well, ID token. Oh, surprise. And we can also define how it is called. I will just leave it with this default. We could call it roles. This might actually make it work immediately with ASP.NET, if I'm not mistaken. So now we have to refresh the token to make it actually work. Did it not work? Did we miss something? That's the question. Blah. So it is not inside of there yet. I think we missed something. I think inside of our clients, we go in again to our clients. We can add client scopes now. I think that's what we missed. And now we have, if we add a new client scope here, add client scope, these are existing client scopes which we just defined over here. We can select that one, we make it default, and now it should show up. If we refresh the page, again, we see now roles. And in particular, it's in the nice format, which I think ASP.NET, not AWS, ASP.NET should be able to read immediately without any further transformation. Let's try. So here we are unauthenticated because it's an old token. If I go back to program, I did change this to account. So let's take this one first. This matches the ID token. Oh, come on. The audience in the ID token. So now we go back here. I need to restart the server. It does not take effect. Remember. Start the server. And now we should still see something. Okay, great. Do it again. There's the response. But we do not use, currently we still do not use authorization or role-specific authorization. What we have to do that is give it some brackets and now define a policy. And we also have to set up a policy, I think. Let's see. To do that, where is it? Yeah. This link I shared earlier. Introduction to authorization in ASP.NET. Create a ASP.core or .NET Core web app with user data protected by authorization. So we have, in this case, we have three, they call it security groups, I call it roles. Registered users, managers, and administrators. And blah, 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 blah. Where is the code? Show me the code. Show me the code. Here we go. They use add roles, identity roles. That's what we want. Are they using identity? Role-based authentication, maybe that one. So let's try first of all this. Maybe it already works, maybe it doesn't. So, oh, that was wrong. Without the parentheses, like so. Let's reload, rebuild, and try this. Forbidden. Okay, so the reload at least worked, but it does not realize that we have administrator. In particular, well, this token does not include the, even if it did work, this should not allow access because this token, remember, we are regular, we do not have the role administrator inside of here. So what I want is, this is regular. Reload. Maybe it works now, but we might need some more. It works. It works. So that worked. That made it very, very simple. The problem being we cannot now have multiple clients. Now let's log out and log in as a different person. TypeScript T, it's M. I think it's +1. W. This person here is administrator, manage account links, and view profile. But in particular, not regular. So if we take this identity token, they should not have access. Forbidden. There we go. Maybe we just copy this one. They will expire from time to time. Administrator. It works. That's it. We are done. We did it. That was all there to it. So I think the thing that makes this work is not this, because that's not even added. The thing that makes it work is this app.use authorization, which is enabled, I think, by default in the template. So we need use authentication, which ensures that this part up here actually works. And then together with that, we need to use authorization to actually make the roles work. I guess if we disable this and we restart, now it might not work. Or it might actually work even without actually having access for the administrator. Internal server error, in fact. Yeah, it's trying to do the authorization, but it cannot do it because we configure your... Oh, it even says so. Endpoint, blah, blah, blah. Get all contains authorization metadata, but a middleware was not found that supports authorization. Configure your application startup by adding app.use authorization in the application startup code. And in particular, it must go between use routing and use endpoints. Oh, interesting to know. So we can take that. Do we use endpoints? Ah, I think it's this one is use endpoints. This is also use endpoints. Define endpoints. No, wait, what? Use routing and use endpoints. Okay, I don't know. These might actually link up the providers. Let's use routing. I don't know. But it works. It works. Nice. So that's it. We did it. Did it. It's worth a high five, isn't it? Very nice. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray. Now it's your turn. You did it. So what I used is this link here to get the authorization run. Very nice. Awesome. So there would be one more challenge if we T-time roles hard. So kind of the complex, the hard level of this is the following. We take the mappers, we use a predefined mappers, we take test. Oh no, never mind. We take client roles and we go inside of there and we leave it at this token claim name. Now, what will happen? if we add this also to the client token, so going to clients, client scopes, and add this client scope. Now, if somebody logs in to our application, we see this resource access, and we see separated by each client, we see test has these roles, administrator. Earlier it was basically everything was put into one array, which is also kind of fine, but sometimes you don't want to do that, and you have this format. We still have the roles because we did not disable them. But if we want to make this one work, it will not work by default. Instead, what we would need is a custom roles or custom policy transform. ASP.NET custom roles transformer. Mapping, customizing, and transforming claims. I think that's what we need. So let's remove the token from the roles token, because that just works. It's too simple, right? Let's go back to this friend here. How did I actually call that? Tea time roles hard. Okay. Let's remove this friend here. And now if I refresh my page. So, Hector, if you have any kind of questions, feel free. Now the chat. Something that I should go over again. This is now basically we're doing now the fun, not the fun part. We did make it work. We're now doing it one level more complicated, building on top of what we've learned. So now I refresh. As you can see, it does not have the roles inside of here anymore. Instead, it only has resource access, and then separated by each client, the roles property on top of that. What we need to do now is get into this test and get the roles from there and put it on the roles property so that everything works easily. That's what I want to do. And the way to do this, I think, is this here. Somewhere. Extend mapping. So name claim type. Was that it? Extend or add custom claims using e-claims transformation. I think that's it. That should be it. My claims transform, and here we check whether it has the claim, and then we add it. And then we add transient and register this transform so that it actually gets used. So let's try that. It will be slightly more complicated. In particular, here the ending or the part, I'm not that familiar with C# yet, so this might actually get complicated. But I think this is what we need here to make the second part work. Let's link that up. Where do I put this? Just in the root? Yes, huh? Is there any specific name that I should use? Do you know anything about that? Otherwise, I would just put it right there. My claims transformation. So Keycloak to roles Keycloak role transformation dot cs. Let's paste that one in. Let's call it also Keycloak roles claims transformation. Now this is going to be fun. So we create a new one. We want to add roles to it. So basically what I'm doing is a map. What I want to do is a map in JavaScript lang. Oh, I'm logged out. Log in again, please. And currently it looks like this. Music stopped working. Music, please be there again. It's also getting starting to be fairly cold. This, that, select some new music. Okay, so we need to have resource access. Claim type. As claim.type. Oh wait, we want this one to be roles. We want to add the claim to the identity that we have. And we want to add a new one, which is roles. Now comes the part which is complicated. What is it called? Resource access. Can we use something like .test .roles? Does that work? I bet you it doesn't. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Declare types and namespaces. Yes, we can do that. Namespace. Oh. I don't know. Let's call this one root or global. No, global is probably a bad name. Root is probably also a bad name. My root. Oh. My setup. And let's put it inside of there. Weather forecast is still here. Do move. Oh, we already have a web namespace. Okay, I didn't know that. Do remove anyway. Namespace.net test. Bams. You move you down to the bottom of the sea. Are you happy, Linda? Can do it. I think it doesn't like. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Jesus Christ. There's a parenthesis missing. And another one. Does that work? Yeah, it's happy now. So. We have to link it up as well, right? Otherwise it won't be used. Where did it go? Yep. So in program.cs we add this service claims transformation, which comes from there, and we call this one Keycloak roads claims transformation. I hope that's not an issue. Yes, restart. Let's see whether that actually works. Let's get ourselves a token again, ID token. We go to test. Am I logged in as regular? That's important. I am currently administrator. I am not logged in. Blah. Password. So for this person, for blah, Mr. Blah Blah, we also have resource access, and we do not have roles inside of here. So let's pick her identity token, this, and try it. Forbidden. That's too bad. Console.log, console.write line. Rebuild. And let's try that again. False. Okay. Can we log the principal maybe? Instead. Do I have to serialize the object to see anything? Or probably I can go inside of that, right? And then look at the principal. For that to work, we need to, did I forget to stage the changes? Never a good idea. Let's start up the debugger. Put VS Code here. Okay. Did it stop immediately? No, it didn't, right? There we go. Okay. Our friend principal. So it has a claim. Oh, can I make this larger, my friend? There we go. It has a claim called resource access, which looks good. The problem being, how do we the resource access is there. We somehow need to get deeper, however. How do I do that? Does this one help us? Okay, we have no idea. Keycloak 2. I don't even know how to do that in C#. I mean, I can look at the at the principal, but I have no idea how to actually get the stuff out of it. We could try if it has this type. How do we actually map it? String value. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, we want to do more. We don't want to do much more, I think. What we want is printer.claims. First or default. C maps to C dot type issuer we have to actually we have to parse it. Oh, did I remove something that I was not supposed to remove? New claim identity. Well, we can look at the principal still. Principal has a claim. No, we will want the claims, right? Do we? Identity. Results. So claims an array, an enumerable. Customer serialization data, byte array. If you have any idea how to do this, feel free to chime in. I don't even know how to access results in this case, because it's an enumerable. Ah, I get it. Claims, but this is the enumerable still. And these are the values. Okay. Didn't understand the syntax here, right? Yeah. So we want C maps to C dot session resource. There we go. Dot type equal to equal to resource subscript access. And this is a claim resource access claim. Question mark. If we could also do something like that. Oops. If it does not have the claim, if it does not have the claim claim type, then create a new identity, add roles on it, and give it a value of new list. Actually, don't even add it. Right? In this case, we just want to return. Right? Otherwise, we can definitely find it. So that's good. Because we checked the existence up here. And now, so this is same type. This friend here of ours, need to move this one down, I think. This one can go away. You can go away too. So we have a claim. We have the resource access claim. We now want to step inside of there. We do have a value which we can parse. Right? So package. JSON serializer, that's the name? Yeah. Dot deserialize into something of this claim down here. Resource access claim dot value. If that throws, we just return principal. What do we convert it into? I think we can just move everything inside of there. Now we need to define the format. Class. We expose it? I don't think so. So resource access claim, and it's Keycloak specific. Keycloak resource access claim, which looks as follows. It has a public doesn't parse it, right? No. Can you still follow? It might be rough. Let's go to our web page once more. Log in again. The server is not running because I'm still in the debug mode. I can stop it. I know what I need to do, I think is. Except for the very last step, I don't know how to actually. Should it be a list? On probably an array. It is helpful? Wow. I'm surprised. Kind of. We can close that one, by the way. You. Please sign in again. If you find it helpful, by the way, before I forget and before you leave, everything is online in here. So in particular, the files that you want to look at are in www.root test keycloak HTML, this one, which is the client side. That's this page that I'm using as debugging tool, or simple debugging tool essentially. What else? Yeah, program.cs, and that's pretty much it, right? Anything else that we touched? I don't think so. Ah, that's the wrong version though. Yeah. Sorry. Let me give you, also for later reference, let me create a permalink here to this file. Permalink. And also, well, this file I haven't updated yet, so there is nothing. All my stuff is local right now. So I need to define how to deserialize this fun thing. That's what I need to do currently. And what I wanted to do that is get this thing here again. Oh, I have it down there. Great. So it has a public test. Let me check the API, Poker API Pokemon. We need to do something very, very similar to what we have here. So, JSON property test, which is of type test, and it is of type so what is this? It's a client resource access thing. Plus client resource access claim, I guess. JSON property. I'm just want to pass this JSON that we have inside of this claim that we get. So it has roles. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. And that is a public roles public the string array. String, a list of strings, I guess. List of strings, roles, get set, done. We can also default initialize it. No, that didn't work. you need to be a client resource access claim. We could use this partial, but I don't know how to properly use it. So that's why I won't do it now. It will just cause problems. Right? Because I don't know how to use it properly. Don't do that. Didn't it say it takes a string? So we have resource access, we have test, we have roads. That said, we say this is a variable. Resource access claim is equal to what he says. And now we add a new claim. Don't do that. We call it roles and we give it the value .test.roles. I thought that's how it's done. The problem is claims is a binary reader? Why? Wasn't it like a string a minute ago? Ah. That's a string value? Damn it. Oh. String value type. We might be able to do something like this. Let's go into debug mode once more. But what I want to do is I re-enable the other one so that we can see how it parses it. Reload. Oh, again. So now we have not there. Where did it go? You. I want to add you. Default. Successfully updated. It doesn't add it. Was it this one? What happened? Did it work? Ah, it worked. Okay. Must have missed something there. So, let's start the debugger once more. Yeah, thank you. .NET. And Hector, because I think you didn't see this part. By default, I have set inside of this file. So I load this keycloak.js file, which is on the which lives on the server, on the Keycloak server, and it comes bundled with the Keycloak server, and it's very, very close connected to the current version that you're running. That's why you should always use the version that is bundled or that is hosted on the server directly. And then I'm calling new Keycloak, which is a variable that comes from this thing here, and initiate this variable Keycloak. And then I call init. And in the link that I've sent you, I have this onload login required, which means if you log in, if you start the server, first of all, and now at some point refresh the page, you will immediately, if you are not signed in, get redirected to this login page. Be aware of that. If you don't want that, you can just say, well, don't do it. I want to use the login button instead. Come on, go back. Going back is terrible. Going back doesn't really work. 3, 1, 2. What's the server name again? 7132. Oh, totally off. 7. That's why. There you go. So now I have disabled this auto login, and I can now just click this login button to log in. Let's do that. TypeScript ttime +1 at email.com. There we go. Back in. Yeah. So where were we? I wanted to run it in the debugger to inspect how we can set the format so that it automatically invalid token expired. Oh, okay. Let's take a new one. Oh, take the token. Do it. There we are. And now we can use our debugger to inspect again, even though that VS Code debugger is not that great, to be honest. Oh, we have a bit more space now, finally. I close that one. Claims. Results. And we should have one for roles now here, right? Or we don't. There's resource access. Did I just miss it? It's not there, right? But usernames. Roles is not there. Hmm? Hmm? Me is confused. So roles is there. Do that again. Sorry. I'm starting to get tired. I'm not starting, I'm getting tired. We did manage to get most of the stuff running. We just have to do this conversion now. So if I run this, we should get the debugger again. Principal, look into the claims, look into the results, and there are no roles here. Why? Can I search in here? No. Roles. No element found. Why? UT. When did I say that? That's an official standard. Just kidding. If that wasn't obvious. Third username, key time, view profile. Oh, some of these actually have. Oh, here, this is already passed. Verified resource. These are the. Look at these guys here. Oh, I think we have to do this. It is the type. I don't know. Value, I don't know. And then the value is string. Maybe. Is there something like a roles claim? New roles claim? Claim role? Did we just see what kind of object it is? We didn't, right? It was just a claim. ASP.NET. Keycloak. Roles transformation. They do it? They just call it roles here. That makes it simple. That was the first solution that we had. Well, here it's... Oh, how about that? We have access claims. We do the following. We create a new claim identity. We create a new claim. And we take dot for each do the following. Role maps to and it wasn't called roles, right? The claim name. I don't need the parenthesis there. I do need the parenthesis. Semicolon there. Access claim may be null. No, it cannot. Otherwise it would explode, wouldn't it? This one actually can be optional. Implicitly. But it will just explode in that case, and it will go inside of here and then return the properties. So that's fine, I think. I don't think this will work. I'll be honest with you. It has a different format. I have a feeling that there's a class that we should be using, which I don't know about. Which I don't know about. How does it... Oh, allow anonymous is also a thing. Nice. Oh yes, policy based. Didn't you say? Didn't you ask about that earlier? It doesn't say what I need to. Based requirements as behavior. Claims-based authorization. Are we doing the right thing? I have a feeling we're doing the wrong thing by now. But let's try it. So, you, my friend, forbidden. You should have access. Pokemon controller, roads regular. But that didn't work. That did not work. We hoped it would. I mean, we did expect that it wouldn't work. Can't blame it. This time it should work, right? Even. Are we using an old token right now? Let me just pass this one. That's, by the way, you can, in program CS, if you're working on this, you can disable the lifetime check so that the expiration, I think that's the expiration check. The expiration does not matter anymore for development. Music stopped working. So that you don't have to again and again just refresh the freaking token. It will just stay valid most of the time. This is the administrator token. Let me change this quickly in the code. We want administrator, right? So with that fixed, yes. Well, doesn't much. Ever so quickly. I hope I spelled administrator correctly, because they have to match. They absolutely have to match this and that. And now I take this token here, you, and place you, and I call this, and this should work. Why? Because I still have these roles on it. So it just works by default. It's using the mechanism that was working earlier already. Once more. If we do this, next claims identity, you, my friend. We have a couple of claims here, 24 in total. How many do we have on the identity? We have one identity, and it has 25 claims. Is authenticated true, by the way. Very nice. We actually want to add another identity. Here it has this schema, original issuer. This looks very promising. The problem is, how do we actually create the other one from this one? If I step over once more, and I step over once more, and once more, we now should have a completely new identity that's only one claim, which is not what we want. Issue a local authority. Or maybe it is what we want. Roles administrator. This looks promising. Right? It does look promising. Email. These guys here. Oh, I don't want to change the value. Let's look at this slightly in detail, slightly more. So it's an identity / claim / role. Okay, so it's called role instead. Maybe. We set the value to that, it will work. Now we need to remove the default again. Which was it? The tea time roads? I don't know. The other one was team time roads hard, right? Yeah. .NET watch. So this is the last try. If this doesn't work now, I think I need to deep dive more into that part. There's definitely some people who did it. Just need to figure out what's the right way. And this might be some of these transformations might be exactly what we need. We don't need you anymore, my friend. We need you. However, we say get, and we get a forbidden. That's too bad. One last try. ASP.NET. Custom roles. Property. Let's form. Oh, this looks good. This looks very promising. If we read this properly, we might be able to find the thing. Role principle. Role principle. Caching role information in a cookie. This looks fairly promising. Is this the right version? Web forms. Oh, this is ASP.NET 3.5. Ah. Dad. Okay. You need to take the right version. Yeah. But it has a similar thingy here. They look similar. They look similar. Yeah, that looks all very, very similar, to be honest. Huh? Never mind. I shared the same link twice. I'm tired. It's it's about time to finish. All right. We did find one way, so I'm fairly happy with what we got. There should be a way to do the claim type stock role. Yeah, there should be some way to do it. All right. I thank you so much for joining in to the TypeScript Tea Time. I had a lot of fun. We made our friends dance more, and we can say goodbye and whatnot. Thank you, Hectic, for sticking with me for 3 hours on a Sunday evening. I appreciate that. You deserve a thumbs up too, and a lot of tea. And wait for it, our friends here will say goodbye. Oh, we should add thanks for the stream as well to the goodbye messages. Should we? I don't know. Yeah, hope to see you next time in the TypeScript Tea Time. I won't do a raid at this time, I think. Thank you so much for joining. Bye, everybody. Have a nice evening. Sleep tight. Oh, it's broken. It said too much, I think. Well, until next time, humans. Bye bye.